few pages if I can. I want to just highlight a couple things. Well, a number of things. Last council meeting, there was this discussion of, well, we've got this much money set aside, but how much money do we have coming in that could be available as well? And I said we needed the operational budgets to show you that. So we have them. And so we have,
Thank you. That's awesome.
Lindsay, just, let's put the credit right.
Lindsay.
Yes.
Standing ovation.
Do you have that up?
Jeff took over.
Or, sorry. We're gonna be, if you want to pull up your operational budgets, they just came through,
Just reposted them.
just reposted in the packet. So don't look at the old ones because we were fixing stuff up through this morning. She,
I'll reopen the packets.
yeah, reopened the most latest version of the packet.
There wasn't a ton of changes, but some.
Just some. It affects some bottom line numbers.
Okay, there we go.
So as you open up there's a Cassell packet, there's an
Packet.
operational budget.
And then just reopen your packet.
Okay.
It's right at the.
So you want to pop to page 44 of this report.
48? Yeah.
So 48. And scroll down. Oh, go up. Sorry, go up. Yeah, go up, go up, go up, go up. 47, right there, perfect. So we're modifying the approach that we've done in the past, and I want to make sure we're clear on this. In the past, when we've come to the council with a budget, we have had our projection of revenues, we've had our projection of operational expenses, we've had our projection of capital that's going to be spent out of that particular fund and transfers. We've changed that. So that's not how we're doing it. And that's not how this presentation is right now. This presentation has our best guess of the revenues, because those would be the operational revenues. It has all of the department's requests for operational expenses. And we pulled out all of the capital. There is no capital in here. In the general fund, there's two transfers. There's a placeholder transfer for what goes to parks to fund their operation, and a placeholder for what goes to fire department to fund their operations. That's what's supposed to be funded out of the property tax, the general taxes of the city. So those are operational transfers. So those two transfers are in with an amount in them right now that can be adjusted. But the goal was for each fund to be able to show the council the net bottom line. So if you'll scroll up just a little bit on this line. So when it says net total for general fund, and it doesn't matter what fund we go to, when it says that net total number on the far, far right of the sheet, that $879,845, right now, that's what's available to the council that would be the annual savings that we are having, excess of revenues over expenses. So when the council asked, how much are we going to be bringing in from sales tax that can go towards capital? With all the current requests that are in there in the general fund right now, and we just took what the department submitted. We did not. This is what the department's requested. That's how much is available.
Okay.
We've done this for every single fund. So now, if the council's not satisfied that that's enough to set aside for savings, then we have to figure out, do we cut expenses? Do we revise some revenue projections? Do we figure out some changes to fees? What are we doing?
Is that available for the 26 year or the current?
That's the 26. This is
What-
for
the next.
the next budget. Yeah. Remember, I've already projected what's gonna be available as of July 1 in the current capital, in the current number that you had available for capital.
That was about 2 million.
That, well, no, that was the 9 million in the general area. When we talked last time, you asked how much would be available in the 26,
Each time, yeah.
in the 25-26 budget. And I said, based off of sales tax, depending on what happens with people's projections, it should be about 2 million. It's not. The expenses came in a lot more.
Okay.
So we have a lot more expenses than we adjusted our revenues up, but the expenses went up. But this does not include any capital. These are solely operational expenses. So if you're looking at it, we had the 9 million that was kind of general capital that was available. To that, from the general fund only, there's 879,000
On top of the 9 million?
on top of the 9 million from the general fund. But in doing this, we hit a snag. We go to Fund 28, it's gonna be like on page 70-ish. On yours it'll probably be 70. Gary, what was that one? Yep, perfect, go down just a little bit. So when we put in everything for the fire department, for fire EMS, and we made our projection of revenues, which we can go through and review, and we put in a transfer similar to what has been done in prior years. So we didn't really increase it a lot, we just took what was there. This fund has a nasty little negative sign out to the side of it. And that means that its expenses currently exceed its revenues, operationally only, by almost $58,000.
Is that what a good chunk of what took us from 2 million down to 8?
No.
That's
no.
in excess.
We have not, no, the general fund is the general fund. This fund, its operational expenses have gone up based off of what's being requested. And what you're seeing here is, for operational purposes, the revenues are not enough to cover the expenses.
I hate to be, I'm not getting the same numbers you are. I'm down on account number 2892710, and my fire, total fire department isn't the same as your total. So
The 657, 800?
Go to the website and download.
I'm just wondering if I need to, did I get the
Previous
updated
packet,
one?
you may not have got the updated packet.
I don't know what I'm not sure where I'm at. I'm just down to the account 28927. Is yours right?
89272.
Well, then maybe it's just me. I've just got to go back and,
Yours might say $1 million.
huh?
Yeah, that we adjusted it.
That's what I figured. I just wondered why. I'll just start over here.
I went completely out and came back in and
So what this means, just in very simplistic terms, this fund needs more operational funds. So if we were to fully fund this fire EMS, we would have to transfer more money out of the general fund, because that's where our operational money is, to this fund, and it would net against that 879 to where our net between the general fund and the fire EMS would be $222,000 is all.
How did we handle the police? Did the increase in salaries get put into the operational budget?
All
All of them?
like we
Okay.
just took the departmental budgets as they were requested.
So was there a lot more from year to year from the fire department? I mean, was there a lot more asks?
That
But
was,
yeah, but we bumped up the revenues for that. So,
Yeah, what caused that fluctuation in the fire department?
you know, I wish I could say that I've had enough time to go through this line by line.
Yeah.
We're not at that point yet. I will be there before the tentative budget and we'll pull together some more analysis.
I mean, the overall number, is it a lot more than the current year?
Well, I'm like for example, just looking above, if you scroll up, ambulance wages are being proposed a $250,000 increase. Am I reading that right?
Yeah,
So that's, yeah.
what's that?
2852, is that what you're looking at, Will?
Wages are going up.
Yeah, so scroll up to right
200,000.
there. So if I'm reading this right, scroll up just a tiny bit
It's
more.
going up 50.
So from 23 to 24, the approved budget was 794, and then it went up to $1 million.
No, it's like
No.
the current budget right now is $1 million.
Current budget is $1 million. Okay, got
Yeah.
it. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, so future year, got it. Okay. So we're really comparing current year approved to future year requested. Those are the two columns we're comparing, right?
That's, yeah, that's part of it, but they have have to eliminate the capital out below
The actual budget.
for how
Yeah.
much their capital was, because they had, an ambulance and the fire department in there. I just haven't had time to look through it. I'm not gonna make a comment.
So the care.
But isn't that, I mean,
Current year
obviously that's
actual-
something we gotta look at to say,
Is projected.
It's too much.
Throughout the year or up to
Can't have
this year
whatever.
to date.
That's just to date.
We're coming off of.
Yeah, we gotta whittle this thing down now.
794,
Yeah.
we're going up 200,000.
Yeah.
Or,
I gotta back up here, Lindsay, with this thing, so the fire department came in and this is their request for an operating budget.
I'll explain.
This is if we approve what they have requested.
Right.
Yes.
this
So
is
this budget
version,
hasn't been approved.
this is version 1 of, this is what
This
we'd
is-
Them
like.
to say, why is it go up and they gotta sell it? Why, we gotta have more?
Yeah.
All capital items have been taken out, and this is showing of ambulance purchase of 270. So is that like,
I took that out. If you look at the very
it's,
right side, it should be gone.
it's page 69, line 285, 2710.
You gotta go all the way over to the left for the 25-26 year budget.
Okay,
It's 0 for the
Okay.
25-26 budget year. It's in there for the current year.
yeah, I mean, we need to go through these line by line. Benefits,
So we're only going off of that far right column, the future year requested budget.
so you look at this and wondering if we're collecting enough for ambulance, fees and that type of stuff. Or if that's governed by the state. or
That's
if we
governed
can
by
set
the-
it.
Yeah.
It's governed by the state.
And as of May 7th, I swear I've got that date right, we can no longer bill for billable supplies.
Yeah.
So that's why that line is 0 for the current year. But we're allowed to bill up to like $200 or just a flat $200 per time per time they respond to an incident involving supplies.
And this is as per the state.
This is all the state law that goes effective May 7th. So we've tried to estimate, bill supplies will go down to 0. Here's what our fees were. Here's what we think the billable supplies will be. Could those be adjusted up a little bit? Yeah. Are they gonna adjust up 650,000? No.
The 50,000 for like, having some billing, but we were currently paying, the fire department was currently paying part of Shari's wages, probably close to that, so, right?
So
Yeah,
that-
Shari said she would still need to be doing things. We took out Michelle's. So Michelle was also working on ambulance billing. We took her wages out of the fire, but still kept a good chunk of Shari's in.
I mean, so there's an extra 50 right there that we wouldn't have had last year.
Yeah.
And I had assumed that Shari's part would be,
That was just my best guess, because it's 3%
Yeah.
or 3% of what they collect, so.
Take a look at benefits. The current year actual is 231. We're estimating it's going to be 315 in this budget year.
Is there an increase in people somewhere?
Or is there payments,
Insurance,
expenses that haven't been paid yet on last year's budget? Is that?
That's, you're looking at actual. So 300,000 was budgeted, 315 this year. And that's just the best guess.
does that have to do with insurance and
Yeah, insurance will go up 10%.
10%?
Well, yeah, 10%. And then 8%.
And cost of living, what are we thinking on that?
3%. That's what we budgeted.
So 10% on medical and
Dental's not much, but it was an 8% increase also.
3% CPI. Cost of living.
Now, see, the stuff that you're talking about there with the CPI, that reflects all the way through all the
Yeah,
wages
that's-
across all the funds.
Yeah.
So anything there will go across all the funds.
We base that off the CPI. Is that how we're basing the cost of living?
Yeah.
You got a positive one we can look at?
Yeah, the positive one, just scroll back up to 26, just above this one.
Fund 26?
Yeah, Fund 26. So this one, we put in impact fees. Our estimate based off of an estimated number of building permits that'll be issued. And a little bit in there for operational engineering that's kind of been carrying forward. And its net is positive, like $750,000. Now, the vast majority of that is impact fees. A big chunk of that was impact fee. Impact fees was 180 of that, I should say.
The grant
Oh.
and the RDA, because we didn't.
But we didn't,
This
yeah, but we didn't put we've got to add the capital for the Midland Square. So this one's a little bit distorted just because the grant's in there. And so it's got a little bit more revenue. But you got 750,000 to like do some, whatever the grant requires and do some park stuff.
Yeah.
So,
Is this reserved for parks?
yeah, this is one of the special
This is impact piece.
impact fees and or grants, money dedicated to park improvements, yes. So I can't go to other general purposes, but it
No,
helps
but
with some
it
of
can't
the,
subtract the capital lines that we have in our capital budget.
it'll help, yeah. So the money that was available for parks, I don't have that number right in front of me, I lost it, so. The park currently had like 1.4 million, so you got 2.1 million to deal with parks. So,
Would I be speaking out of turn saying that now that we have this operational budget, we can spend some time reviewing that over this week? And to be conservative, right now, we would take that number that's at the bottom, 8 whatever, right?
yes,
Less the fire budget deficit,
yes,
and then use that number, the 250, as our number including the 9.2, and start making decisions on the capital assets. Since we haven't had time to review
yeah,
the operational, and then we can improve upon that as we find things in the budget that might not be necessary. We could cut,
or tweak or do, yeah.
tweak or reallocate
Once again,
or
this
find
is-
better ways,
This
yeah.
starts the discussion for the operational. If you go to, the other one that was pleasantly surprising, if you go to, it'd be you're about page 93, the water fund, so this is Fund 51, it's 90 of the actual pages. So the water fund, based off of our estimates of revenues, once again, Carl, we pulled out all your capital. So I know there's capital that's gotta be allocated. Just operationally, the water fund is running almost $1.5 million to the year positive. Now, that's great because that fund needs,
Yeah.
it needs,
That will probably be that way every year.
you have more operational expenses?
Well, I'm just saying if we have projects.
Yeah, no, this is only operational.
Oh, okay.
So this would under the current scenario, this would generate 1.5 million per year.
That sounds right.
But that can be moved to capital for water fund.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to communicate, is this money will then become available for capital projects. So when we looked out in the future of how are we gonna fund the 4.5 million, with this fund running like that, it will generate 1.5 million-ish. You know, it's gonna go down a little bit as we incur more, like have raises and stuff like that, unless we bump the fees up, but that was fun to see and see that we're generating $1.5 million in our water fund. Our water fund rate still probably is just a titch low for my concerns, but it's not as bad as what I.
So would it be inappropriate to go back to the departments and say, try to find some savings in each one of these operational expenses and see if we can reduce those a little bit? I mean, this is the first time they're coming to us and talking about this. It would sure be a lot easier if they were to go and look at where they could reduce rather than us say, this is what we're gonna do, because we have to trust that they know what they're talking about, right? And so I would rather them come back and say, well, I think we can cut a little bit here or a little bit here, and would that be an appropriate ask?
I'm fine with that. I mean,
I think it's hard for us to
I
cut their
think
budget.
on, I
you
think
know,
on the fire
approve
department,
and
I mean, they've been
disapprove.
in a big lingo, and I don't know if everybody knows.
So I think it's an appropriate ask, but I also think that when you have a balance like this and a capital projects budget that looks like it does, we need to think about other options as well. In addition to sharpening our pencils as department heads and making sure that every T is crossed and I is dotted, we ought to think about how to increase funding on the other side.
Correct.
I know it's an unpopular opinion, but if our operating expenses are what they are looking to be, and this is what's necessary in the environment that we find ourselves in, as the argument has been made, if we want to hold on to people, we got to make sure that they have the training, the resources, and the wages that are keeping up with the market rate.
And thus,
We
it's
have to make
important.
some hard decisions, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, but I think they need to make the hard decisions first and then come back to us. Do you know what I mean? I mean,
I agree, but I think that this does represent a substantial amount of work on the part of the department heads, and there's very little fluff in the budget that could be cut. I'm not saying zero, so we should send it back, but, this is something that we need to really very hard decisions and real leadership kind of think about.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're, particularly in the road fund area and, what we learned about the parks and the need, deficit we have in the parks area. Yeah. All right, Curtis, you got more for us?
That's the introduction to the operational. So as you look at each one of those net lines, that'll give you an idea of how much that fund is generating.
okay, so question is, with all of your operational overages and underages, or whatever you call them, what's the bottom line to add to capital?
Two something.
So we put in some interest for, so I'll make this as simplistic as possible. What was the funding available as part of this?
There.
Okay. So when we started this process, we said we had $9.3 million of general revenues available. with the budget as it's currently situated, we would be adding $450,000. So that's general fund, less the fire EMS, plus the interest on the capital projects for vehicle and the vehicle capacity funds, or capital projects funds. 'Cause they have money that's gonna earn interest. So we're projecting $450,000 net.
That's what's left over.
That's what's left over. So when you add that to the 9.3, that gets you $9.75 million for the general areas of the city. Parks, we talked about, that'll have 2.1 million. Food pantry, I don't really analyze, cause, I mean,
They're their own fund,
they
right?
they had all their needs met. Roads, right now would add an additional $350,000 that could be used for roads only.
An additional. That's what, okay, just so I understand this, from the current budget that we have for the roads, we can add another 300
There's $350,000
that.
that the revenues exceed the expenditures
okay.
for all of the roads area.
Did you change this spreadsheet? Does it change it for all of us?
No. I mean, I can add these in. I can add them when we get up to there and you guys can see the changes.
That'd be great.
We went through water, that's adding about 1.5 million per year. Treatment plant currently is adding not quite 350,000
And those are all enterprise funds.
enterprise fund. Sewer is adding only $72,000. Storm drain's adding just over $200,000.
But with those come future capital allocations that we need to be thinking about.
Yeah, that's the net income.
That's
numbers.
pre-capital
That's
allocations.
pre-capital. That's
Yep.
what their operating revenues are exceeding their operating expenses.
Correct.
And again, I'm just trying to keep straight with you. So we have that overage in the sales tax arena. Are we allocating that? Is that being allocated here? That's not being allocated yet.
Which overage are you talking?
Well,
about?
okay, so we have let's just say 3 million in sales tax revenue. I don't know exactly what it is, but
Yeah.
let's just say
That's
it's
very
3
close.
million.
Yep.
Then, and we have obligations for, let's say, 1.5 million, maybe 2 million. We have obligations for 2 million. Then that difference, that $1 million difference, where's that going?
So we took all of the sales tax. Will you go to just page 1 of this document? So whatever your page. So it's gonna be like page 4 or 3 or something like that. So we've allocated that very first line there, that's our best estimate of what sales tax is gonna be next year, that 3.225. Oh, sorry, property tax, sorry. So $3.2 million. We put in $3.2 million.
Okay.
That's,
Bottom line is, you've already added it in to
That's my
the estimated budget is what's going on. There's no excess or anything. That's what we think we're gonna get next year on sales
That's
tax.
already been allocated. That was what I was.
fully put in, yeah, I just wanted to show, it's fully put in. Now, if we want to adjust that estimate, I'm totally open to adjusting the estimate. We just took and said, where do we think we're gonna land currently? How much is the governor's office projecting? Do we feel comfortable with that? And we came up with $3.2 million.
So with this information on our capital spreadsheet, there's funds available. Can we make those adjustments?
Yeah, you can totally start out.
Can we do that right now? Can we talk about what those numbers are now?
We want to,
Yeah, I'm totally
Entertain.
ready to, absolutely.
I can't hear you, what?
Do we want to entertain?
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to be talking about grist mill here.
Okay, can we take a little break? We have some guests here with us from the grist mill. And we're going to take just a little break from our budget and give you guys a little time to do your presentation. And so you don't have to sit here through all of this budget stuff. Unless you're spellbound by it.
Yeah. I think those are it. No, these numbers right here,
Right here.
I don't think they're accurate.
Application,
General fund, 1.8 million. I think it's down
they
4.
spent 3,800, but they want 12,000.
Is it for you to
Those
put that
numbers need to be
that
adjusted.
spreadsheet together that was,
Going along with the 9.2 million we have, whatever.
is this not the tentative budget?
Well,
Why?
We're still waiting for this before, because I'm lost. I mean, he's verbally telling us numbers and it's kind of like, whatever you're telling us.
Had a lot of
And
capital.
we can't see what's going on until we see that spreadsheet.
Short time.
Then we can
Mind the idea
see
of
which
that road.
decisions, because we don't know what's going on.
That would take over, that would take out the capital side and.
Yeah.
Looking at the fires, why it's so much more.
I got hired as.
I know, I'm just sending my
Hey,
battery to get a
thank you for getting.
It's used to being plugged in.
Don't get me wrong, I appreciate, I mean, it's,
I just don't, I'm just looking at.
I mean, it's still taxes, you know, or it's still an increase on people.
She's out in Rosette.
I just, it just seems like that's a lot more for, and when you look at it, it don't show 'em a lot more.
he did ask for, he'd ask for one
Bruce?
additional employee,
Welcome, Bruce.
Thanks, no problem, thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
part-timer.
Oh, it's in the blue station.
Budgets.
Just another part-timer or
We, Bruce, I guess
Thanks,
we're
sir.
going to take a little break and give you some time to
We appreciate that very much, thank you.
have a little discussion about the old grist mill, and that's coming along well, I understand, and
We've done a little bit of preliminary work with some design for maybe parking layout and some sketches that might help. And I think the real purpose of being here is to see, there's been some discussions about maybe some financial help to do some of that with either a RDA development or potentially even maybe a low-interest loan from town to help us to facilitate some of these improvements. The parking lot's gonna be a pretty major expense to develop that. And we know that the roads, they call it 950 East, that road that's going to the north-south. And obviously, the building will need some pretty major, restructuring. And so we're just here to see if there's some options to consider either an RDA or some other help with the city to do some of these things, to move it on a little sooner. I mean, the goal is to make it happen, but sooner than later.
950 East, that's all covered by River's Edge and their,
Yeah.
what they're doing there. And you're kind of talking about the parking lot?
Yeah, parking lot development, and some building, exterior renovations to make it suitable, to make it work for a commercial business as far. Some of you that have been around a long time probably know more about the building than we do, but our understanding was that at one time it was a gas company.
Mountain Fuel.
Paid your bill there.
Yeah. So it was a commercial use initially at one time, and then I think it's been a residence for quite a while.
It was a video shop too.
Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know that. Oh, anyway. But these are just some concepts of how we think that parking could potentially work, and just to render into a sketch on a concept of what the building potentially could look like, obviously, if you redo it to make it a little more of a commercial type look.
Do you have some kind of a budget or?
At this point, I could get a parking lot estimate. I'm just guessing that the parking lot is probably going to be, I know when we did the Smithfield one, the city clicked in some RDA money that helped us develop the parking lot and the exterior of the building. if you've been to the grist mill in Smithfield. Of course, this has been quite a few years ago, but it seems to me like the parking was maybe 50,000 at the time, you know. My guess is by the time you develop parking, I'll bet you in today's dollars, you'll probably be closer to 100,000 on the parking development. And the exterior of the building, I think potentially, you know, could be another 100,000, you know, pretty easily.
The RDA, I don't think it extends,
It doesn't extend.
it doesn't extend that far, the current RDA number 2 that we have.
Yeah, I think that's what Jeff had indicated, that it doesn't quite go that far out there. I don't know if that's
So I
something.
don't know if that's a possibility there, but,
Possibility.
yeah.
It just worked when we did the Smithfield one, you know, they expanded it about a block, you know what I mean, to make that work. And then it just, you know, it's been a few years since we did that, but it worked out really well. And the building that there was just an old vacant building is really what it was. Originally, it was a 7-Eleven building, and then it was vacant for quite a while. And
What kind of terms did they give you? Is that something you
Oh,
feel comfortable sharing?
Oh, yeah, the Smithfield was just it was a total grant, the RDA money. There was just you know, it wasn't like a low-interest loan. It worked out as a grant at that time because it came out of their RDA funds. And so essentially, you're all familiar with how that works. It's a fund that generates tax revenue dollars, and you can use it to stimulate other seed money, essentially, to help out another business to establish so that tax revenue will continue to come into the city from sales tax.
I know we have a lot of people wanting sandwiches in town.
Yeah, well, it's good. Yeah, it's good, and it's, you know, the Logan stores do great, and, you know, Brigham City, you've probably visited the Brigham City store, and it's a good asset to the community, I think.
Any other questions for Bruce?
How soon are you looking? Time frame?
As soon as you can generate some money for us, we'll move right ahead, you know. But I realize, you know, if it's an RDA thing, and that kind of, it may take a little while to do that, so. But if you'd like, I can get some bids on the parking lot and shoot that back to Jeff, and some exterior, and so you give you an idea about what that number would be.
Well, I mean, that's probably where we'd have to start, and then we'd have to determine whether we have the funding, you know, available, and, you know, we want to be fair with other people who are coming
Sure,
into the
understand.
community, and so, but that would, at least in my mind, that's where we would start,
Yeah.
with some numbers of some
Okay,
kind.
we can, you know, I can get you a bid on the parking at some point. It may take us a week or 2 or 3 to, you know, to get all those numbers, but we can certainly do that and get back with you.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah,
you have?
do you strictly do your investments based off of the RDA funding, or do you do them without that sometimes? What's kind of your
Sometimes.
criteria? Just
Yeah.
curious on what our options are there. And I only ask because we do have, I'm over economic development,
Oh,
or
yes,
I'm
awesome.
gonna
That's
be.
great. Yeah,
And
that's awesome.
we just, there's a lot of interest in food establishments coming in. And so we just want to make sure that we're, to his point, being fair, but also, you know, being upfront with you so they
Being
make your
attractive
investment.
and kind of an
intelligently.
Incentive
Yeah.
to get people to come, and sure.
Yeah.
Well, it does several things. I mean, the tax base is the financial part of it, but there's another part of it too, and it's the convenience and service to the community.
Yeah.
It's some employment, some jobs, and, you know, I don't know. Curtis, how many people does Brigham City employ?
That's a great question.
Probably around 30,
Okay,
5 or 6 in the morning, people are from Elwood. I don't know why they go there down there.
Because you're not open
You're not
here.
open down here?
There's not a sandwich shop.
I do work. It's my personality. I doubt that.
but I think there's some local employment benefits to the community as well.
And I think something else that we'd be interested in understanding a little bit more, and you don't clearly have to mention anything over, publicly like that, but just general revenue that sales tax could increase.
Oh,
'Cause
yeah,
that's such
okay.
an economic factor for us as we're talking numbers, So again, I'm not asking you to say that here. That'd be great though, just so we can economically look at it.
Like
and-
if you say, okay, if you're gonna generate, $150,000 a year in sales tax revenue to the city, why, it'd be nice to know. if-
That would be helpful to know.
Yeah, that's, that'd be great. I think that'd be helpful for us to know in making
Sure.
that decision, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, we could compare Brigham City or Logan or Smithfield, for example. You know what I mean? They're all somewhat similar.
Smithfield should be a really good comparison, just because
Yeah,
they're a little bit bigger population-wise, but they're also separated from Logan.
Okay, yeah, we could get some numbers probably from Val and Brigham City.
I would think Tremont would be better than Smithfield because there's
I do too.
More options.
Yeah.
nothing up here.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why we want you. There's nothing here.
I hope it's better.
Than Smithfield, yeah, which is good. I don't know, Ogden, your store in Ogden, I guess you got a,
A few years ago, it done good. Now that with the grocery stores out and out and put in apartments. So.
it's not quite as it is, but he has a store in Brigham City, Ogden, and there's one in Kaysville.
Kaysville might say about.
Kaysville might be a good comparison as well,
Yeah,
They're all similar sized communities. Maybe they're a better comparison than the Logan store is, because Logan's a little bigger population.
Brigham City might be a little more because it's got that crossroad right there. Most might.
You get them and we'll just take a peek and decide which one we think maybe fits.
Yeah, well, we'll try to get you some numbers and
Yeah.
maybe get you some parking lot numbers. If you let us know, or Jeff can let us know, if you want them in the meeting, maybe in a few weeks, we'll come back with some numbers.
we'd love to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, we'd love to sit down with you, and maybe if you could provide some of that information to us, that would be very good,
Yeah.
very helpful.
I think it's a ripe opportunity on both sides
Yeah, that's great.
for a win-win.
And I'm sure Jeff's up on it, but the road hasn't been figured out. So if you had a plan that they could do the approach coming off 950 would
They already
be.
are planning on that.
Yeah, Jeff already took care of that.
And then I think it would be nice to schedule this as an RDA agenda item, wouldn't it?
I don't know that RDA extends
Road
to
that's
there.
Part of that RDA, that's.
Yeah.
But when we meet as
It's
an
not
RDA, is it just for the
You would
one
have to
RDA?
create a new RDA.
Yeah.
We'd have to create a new RDA just for this project.
How far east does it go now?
Of this project and others.
It goes down to the,
Second?
second east, I think.
Just go down, I think it includes Kent's, doesn't it?
I think so.
That's
For it
30 then.
stops.
Goes down to
Right.
30 east.
Third east.
Well, Kent's would be at
30
30 east unless,
I think Legacy Square is what it includes.
and then it'd be second east and a half block.
Is it hard to expand the boundaries?
Yes.
It just takes a little time to do that in the process, but it could be.
Well,
Yeah, taxi.
The RDA process that existed 10 years ago is different than what it is now.
Right.
So you've got to get all of the taxing entities to
Agree to it.
to the terms of what you're doing.
It'd be better to make a new one.
That's what.
Even if you made a new one, it would have to go through that same
Hasn't changed.
process.
Which is why I think we're asking you timeframes,
Yeah.
because we also don't want to see such a ripe opportunity be missed because we're trying to figure out RDAs.
Well, but I also think that the sales tax is probably the one area that, if you can show impact in that respect, that makes, in my mind at least,
It
that
makes a big
helps
difference.
a
Sure,
bunch.
yeah. You're basically, upfronting some seed money, if you will, so that future sales tax revenue, in the next 20 or 30 or 40 years is going to come back into the coffers to repay that, and then create additional seed money that you can use for other RDA projects, So I know that when the Smithfield, when we did that, they had to amend their existing map and extend it another block in order to incorporate that in, but it we had to wait a little bit, but it worked out fine, so it's something that could be done.
Why don't we plan on getting together, work with Jeff?
Okay, yeah.
And let's plan on a meeting where we can all sit down and kind of go through this.
That's great, awesome. Thank you for your time, and thanks for.
And thank you, we,
Earlier, you know what I mean? We do appreciate that.
you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Next
Thank
time,
you.
bring a loaf of bread to on eat night. Them pretty good rolls, but I know that your bread's better than that.
I'll get on it.
Thank you.
All right, let's, why don't we do it for a little longer? We'll take a little break and then we'll try to wrap things up with our budget by 7 o'clock, or at least this part of it. I know we're not gonna have it all wrapped up, but, okay, Curtis.
Be a nice dream to have it all wrapped up.
Yeah, seriously.
What Brett had,
All I was asking was when we're looking at this budget, your spreadsheet has on analysis page or on a summary page, it shows how much money is available in each one of those funds. And it equals currently 9 point something million.
the general 9.3 million.
Yeah, and so we have a general fund on there, we have a capital projects transfer capacity, capital projects equipment, and capital projects. Can we adjust that so that we can get that 9.2 to where it's supposed to be with this new information?
Yeah. Yeah. It'll be 9.75 million is what the number's gonna be.
Right.
So, but yeah, we can adjust the spreadsheet and bring that in.
Question I have, we started off with the the negative balance for the fire. Are there other areas where we have balances that are
Nothing.
negative?
RDA number 2, so if you go to page, this one has an assumption in it. It's gonna be like your page 114. You did awesome. So this one has a projection for what the RDA is gonna bring in. We contacted the county, got a growth number. Right now, all of the property tax that comes in to this one is scheduled to be paid out to the developer for reimbursement. It has some interest income of about 55, maybe scroll up. It'll be about 2 pages. Oh, right there. Oh, go back down. Sorry. Right there. So we put in 55,000 as our estimate of how much interest this fund would earn. And then if you scroll down, that should be all of the revenues. For expenses, we put in the 600,000 that's due to the developer. And then because the council had previously committed funds from this fund to be matching funds for the grant, that's CDVG.
That's the 173.
That's the 173,880, basically 174,000. We left that in there because that had been previously committed to the council. And then if you scroll down, so that comes up to your total expenditures, which is why that fund is going to be using some of its balance. The $118,000. But once again, we can subtract that against, that's a specific revenue account, so we'll match it up. And that fund has plenty, or I shouldn't say plenty, that has funding enough to absorb that 118. It has 1.78 million in it, so there's still
Takes
gonna
away
be
from Main Street.
1.6 some odd million. What's that?
And that takes away from Main Street.
It does take away from Main Street. Or complements it based off of what's used, what that grant's used for.
So is that for the park fund, the 173 up there?
That's Midland.
That it's meant to match the grant that was obtained for Midland Square.
That's our matching.
And the council had committed to use RDA funds as the matching funds rather than general funds. Because it met the definition for the RDA. And that one is within the RDA boundaries. Jeff checked.
Okay, so my question is, are there any other negative balances that would need to be made whole, or?
No. Everything else
Police
is
departments.
functioning. The sewer net income leaves me a little bit of concern. I think it's a little bit on the low side. But we've got enough other issues to address right now. I'm not gonna bring one more into it.
So do you think at some point we would need to address, not now, but sometime we're going to have to address the enterprise funds and
Their fee
the
structures. Yeah,
revenue sources, maybe make some adjustments there?
yes.
Not now.
I know. I'm
What
not-
number is
I'm-
the police on this budget?
The-
What? 54?
1054, is that what you're looking for, their account number for 1054?
Yeah, but you have the page number. I'm just,
22, so 26 probably on the PDF packet.
Yeah, you gotta go to page,
Few
their,
pages.
their total budget is gonna be on page 28 of, go back up, oh, you went too far.
Other way.
Going up, right, go up, right there, there's your police department budget, 3.7 million roughly, 3.698.
It's almost a $500,000 increase.
Jump there.
Big jump. That's a big jump right there.
which is fine, but is it because the fire department's on its own is why the fire department's red flagged that it's too much and the police department's not?
Spend it out of your-
They don't,
The only reason I flagged the fire department was, yes, it's its
'Cause it's its own
fund,
thing.
and it has its own revenue source, but its current revenue source isn't,
enough.
the way it's planned isn't enough to cover the expenses.
So we think about the police as being funded completely out of sales tax and general fund and, you know, the other things.
Tax.
But,
You see what I'm saying?
yeah, but because the fire department has a revenue source and the police doesn't, I mean, I guess we could send the guys out to write more tickets, but.
No, I'm just
kidding. That's a
asking
joke.
why,
That was a joke.
why it come negative when if they up theirs by 500, it wasn't a,
No, every single department in here has not had any looks at or anything like that. The only reason I brought up the fire fund is because in order to make it whole, it would have to come from general fund.
We have to
monies.
move.
Right. And I didn't want us to assume that there was gonna be 800,000 in the general fund without understanding, no, the fire department saw speed and that's gotta net it out somehow.
so just for an old pipe fitter fire guy, can we put some capital money into the general fund to cover whatever? Is that legal?
So, yes, I mean, if that's what it takes, we got to move from one fund over to the other to help compensate for the deficiencies, right? I mean, it's got to come from somewhere to help pay for those things. Or like Councilmember Rhodey has put out that we need to look for ways to save money in the fire department and in other departments to help make up the difference and pay into that what we have available for use for capital projects. The other way to do it is, and I mentioned this, and again, nobody likes to talk about it, no one wants to think about it, but we may need to do a truth in taxation and have a public hearing to, even if we kept the rate the same, and I just ran some numbers. If we had kept the rate the same this last year, which we didn't, we let it go down, and everyone paid the same, but the rate went down. So you guys know how this works, right? I'm getting a furrowed eyebrow
Kinda.
over there from,
Well, We did what the county told us to do, we could do.
So
We accepted the rate.
Right.
you accepted the rate, which is a decreased rate, not that you didn't keep the rate the same. And I know that because in 2023, the rate was about 30 cents, and last year it was 27 cents.
So why would they reduce it on us?
I can explain this. This is what was passed as truth in taxation. So property tax, when you exclude growth, property tax is designed to bring in the exact same amount of revenue as the previous year. No adjustments for inflation,
Okay.
no adjustments for anything
So
else.
inflation killed us.
So if the property values go up, it forces your rate down so that mathematically it comes out to the same revenue.
So if we're getting $3 million a year, in order to keep that $3 million the same, even though property values have gone up, the rate therefore has to come down by 10% to match, okay? And that's what happened. We lost about 10% of our revenue because we didn't keep the rate the same.
So what is that in numbers?
I ran the numbers. The median house price in Tremont is about $414,000. In 2023, they paid $1,254.
Which is how much percentage?
Well, that's the 30 cents. If you were to keep the rate the same, if you kept the rate the same, that's how much we would have gotten this year. We would have gotten $1,254. Instead, we got $1,140, which was the same as the previous year.
But
So everyone paid the same. We got about $100 less year over year than we would have had.
but in order to keep that, okay, so the revenue stays flat. The mill levy changes up and down depending on
The value of
the
the home.
value of homes, real estate, and
Yeah.
property values. But in order to keep that mill levy the same, that would be the same as going through truth in taxation.
Yes, in order to keep the rate the same, which if we were to do it this year, it would be 27.62, basically 27.5 cents. If we were to keep that the same, assuming that the value has increased, like we assume that it will, about 10%, that would mean an additional $100 per home per year in property tax that they would have to pay. But the rate would stay the same at this 27.62. The rate would stay the same, but the amount that each person would have to pay because their house is more valuable would increase basically $120.
That, and again, that would be something would have to be, we'd go through the.
Truth in taxation. Now,
Brigham City, for an example, they just work it into their.
yeah, every year they're going to do a truth in taxation. Let's keep the rate the
And it's going to
same.
go up by whatever the
So they
CPI is
just
or
keep
whatever.
the percent the same,
The rate.
the rate?
Yeah, the mill levy. So if we had kept it the same in 2024 over 2023, it would have meant another $500,000 in our budget, approximately, which is right about the deficiency we're noting in our fire fund. Again, you can't really think about it like that. Curtis is shaking his head, don't think about it like that. I understand. But if we're having to find ways to make up deficits in department budgets, you know, this is one of those things that we could look at as this is another arrow in our quiver.
Does our fire department service areas that aren't or that aren't in the city limit?
Of course.
Okay.
Some
Are
of
we
those.
getting any subsidies from that?
So we do have interlocal agreements with some of them. They should be reflected in the budget.
They are.
Okay.
I don't know which line, but
Yeah.
they.
I think I know what lane you're talking.
Yeah, it's not much, honestly, and I don't know if it's a per call thing or
Per house.
per household, but it's not much, and it's definitely not. It's one of the reasons why we had that study and looked at doing a
That's state
fire
mandated, right?
district.
That we service those areas?
I don't know about a state mandate, honestly.
No.
State fund for.
Is that state mandated that we service those areas? that aren't inside our limits? I'm just,
I don't think so. Is it Blair?
Ambulances, isn't it? We have the ambulance.
Ambulances, because we do get some subsidies from the state.
Well, the ambulance is because you have to declare an ambulance area that you're servicing.
Yeah.
And-
See, Brigham City sent emails to, or letters to their cities, like Corinne and everybody, and said they're not gonna do it for free.
Yeah,
They already did
they
that.
did that already.
Well, but there's doing something for free, and then there's doing something as a courtesy.
Right, I'm just saying that's what they did,
Yeah.
because they don't, I guess they don't have to if they,
The same thing.
When
That's fire though, that's not even ambulance, that's
that's
Just
fire.
fire.
right.
Ambulance
We
is,
get to bill. right?
ambulance, you bill the insurance, you bill the person.
but there, I mean, they did it for ambulance, they said it's ambulance, yeah, because they're paying all them guys to be there, and it said when it was, you're paying $15 an hour and you only paid when they went, they could do it. Now they're paying them $30 an hour and there's 7 of them sitting there.
The other,
So
the other
that's why they're
conversation we may want to have is, and we brought it up the last week when we talked about additional revenue sources, is the transportation utility fee, the TUF. And, that's another conversation we could and maybe ought to have going forward about how to make up some of these differences. So, again, I know we don't want to talk about it. It's a hard thing, it's an ugly thing, and people are on fixed incomes, but the expenses that the city incurs for everything, from personnel through keeping the lights on to buying new light bulbs, we're feeling the pinch just like everyone else. We just have a lot more in the city to deal with roads and water and sewer and.
So Bill, truth and taxation, if we were to open that discussion up, what's the timing on that?
We need to let them know, we need to let the county know we're gonna keep the rate the same soon.
No,
Haven't come out to us yet.
it's, so, in June, the way that it works is in June, when the council goes to adopt the budget for the next year, so this would be right now it's scheduled for the 3rd meeting in June. The council would adopt a tentative budget, a basically a temporary budget, if you will, not a final budget. And you would notify the county at that time. I think the date is by like June 20th or something like that. And you would notify them that you're considering a truth in taxation, and you set your date for your truth in taxation hearing. So you have to have a public hearing. And that typically is sometime in August. And between that time, there's notifications that have to go out, and they have to meet all sorts of dimensions in the paper and everything like that. You hold your truth in taxation hearing in August, and then sometime during or after that meeting, but before the end of August, you have to adopt a final budget and notify the county of what that final tax rate is. I will say, the way the truth in taxation works, every year that we keep it the same, that every year that we adopt the certified tax rate, what the county gives us, whatever inflation is happening inside of our departmental budgets is borne by the growth of the city and the increase in sales tax. But the actual property tax base, people do not bear that. And that's why more and more cities are doing more frequent increases to their property taxes, because you had a few of them similar to like what Tremont went through, was it 2 or 3 years ago, where you end up with a 50% increase because you get
Further and
behind.
further behind.
And
You're playing catch up at that point instead of just trying to keep up with inflation is what you're trying to do.
yeah, it's really a matter of, do you want to keep up with inflation, or at some point somebody will have to? It's not possible. I mean, property tax is just too big. If we scroll back to page 1 of this, so page 3 is it, or something like that? Our property tax estimate for next year's 3.2 million, our sales tax estimate is 3.2 million, equal revenue sources right now.
So why the increase?
It's for new growth.
That's our estimate of
That's our
new growth.
estimate on new growth. I haven't heard back.
What's wrong with that?
What's that?
What's wrong with new growth covering that?
Nothing's wrong with new growth, it's just not predictable.
And it doesn't really pay for inflation. That new growth should be paying for the extra road maintenance that we're having for those new growth areas, the extra fire personnel coverage for those new areas, the police protection for those new areas. That new growth brings costs all the way across, not just inflationary costs. And the growth will not cover your inflation costs over 20, 30 years. I can go through city after city and just show it doesn't. You end up getting behind.
And the new growth seems like around 80,000 is what we experienced.
That's what we got last year.
That's what we got last year.
From the county yet, so.
When do we hear on that? When do we hear on that new growth?
So the May 20th, I think, is their deadline for submitting the certified tax rate to us.
I'm just sitting here from an economic development committee standpoint. I'm gonna go increase the sales tax line.
Yeah.
The more we can do there, the less we have to even talk about the other. In fact,
Well, and you know, we're looking at a business to come in that can provide another, whatever, you know, X amount of sales tax. That's what we need to be looking at.
I got one
We are.
question too on impact fees. Are we up to snuff on them like we are on the fire department?
The fire department and police department have not had their impact fees adjusted since like 2015, I want to say.
So,
So if that's something that costs that the council wants to put in the budget, we can.
When you analyze those impact fees, is it, I mean, we're talking 20,000 to go through the analysis?
20, yeah, it's probably closer to 30 now.
Is it 20 per department, or is it just 20 to go through all the impact fees?
No, it's per fee that you do it on.
So if you do it, yeah, I mean, so you're,
So if
but
you
is
want
it not worth its weight in gold?
what's that?
It's a worthwhile investment, is it not?
Well, it depends. That's why they did it every other year and every third year, because the cost may not even justify
Got it.
the increase that you would get.
Makes sense.
The last time they did the police one, it generated like $50 per building permit.
And that was done how long ago, do you think?
If I remember right, it was like 2015 or 2017.
It needs to happen.
I think so too.
Got a comment on that? If you decide to do that, it really is worth shopping around a little bit, because some entities will just manufacture you impact fees out of the box, while others will build you tools that you can use to analyze using the same basically spreadsheets that they used, and you can analyze that every single year and update small parts of it and get better numbers. And it's worth getting those tools and having them.
So do you know who does that?
I'm not gonna give a plug to anybody right now, but it's like I'm saying, it's just worth shopping around a little bit.
That way you could do your own analysis to decide if you needed to spend the 20,000 to actually
Yeah.
get them upped. And so that really,
'Cause you have to have the stamp, right? That
Yeah,
approves it.
there's two parts to it. One is the development of the basically your capital projects plan of what capital needs to be spent over timeframes. And then that's given to a financial company that goes through and says, okay, here's the range of impact fees that you're allowed to adopt up to. And those tools can be beneficial depending on how they're structured into the stuff. The only part that not the only part, one of the main parts that I look at is if there's a project in there and it has a pretty significant cost, a few $1 million, and it says the impact fee is only gonna pay for 20% of it, and the city's responsible for 80%. If you adopt that impact fee, you're committing to do that project within 6 years. So the city would be basically committing themselves to that 80% portion. We got to make sure we got the cash to do that. So for example, I've seen a road project where they said, you need to enlarge this road. The road cost is going to be $8 million. Impact fees will be paying for 1 million of it, and the city's committing $7 million.
Yeah.
And that just becomes problematic. So you have to be careful with how that impact fee calculates and what the impact fee is actually paying for.
So to get back, to the basics here, which impact fees do you guys, the employees, think that we're farthest behind on?
All of them.
Nah, the sewer treatment plant's probably pretty close, because it was just done 2 years ago. We could redo it.
I would redo it after we get the improvements done.
That's, yeah, we want to get all the improvements done. Yeah, I mean,
I don't have that for roads, but
haven't done a roads one. Well, they did, no, we've got a road one. We just adopted the buy-in because that was one of those that had a commitment of like, it had millions and
that's
millions
not,
of
that's not
dollars.
an impact fee study, that's just a
What?
project study, right? for the
Well, it's
roads.
a project study, but as you adopt the impact fee, if you adopt the impact fee to pay for that portion of the road,
I didn't know we had an impact fee for roads.
yeah, we do for transportation.
Oh,
the only thing
transportation.
That's the transportation one, but it only adopted the buy-in portion, because all of the other projects, the participation was so low and the project cost was so high, we were gonna commit the city to millions of dollars that we didn't have any way of coming up with.
Got it.
And I watched for that.
Yeah, so which one is furthest behind?
I think it's worth, I'm just gonna express my opinion, I think it's worthwhile studying for the police and the fire. That's gonna be expensive. But at least you'd be able to understand and project out what people could participate in. And
Which with new buildings being proposed, that's probably the time, now, sooner than later, right? So we can
think
start collecting
the
toward
water
that.
one's fairly solid. But you could probably go back through, storm drain isn't that old, but
We don't
if you
even
wanted to
have,
reassess it with,
we don't even really have much storm drain
The trick
anyway.
with storm drain is it's just not self-funding like,
Yeah.
like water is, because water is a commodity, whether it's secondary or culinary. And so you're getting income with that. The storm drain,
it was part of
there's
the
not a
water.
commodity there. You're just trying to get rid of it.
That's why the water
And
does.
then with each new development, the developer's paying about 20% because we don't want them to just pay for the infrastructure that is needed at the time. It has to be enlarged and part of the overall whole so that we're not putting it in or replacing it a short time later kind of thing. But
So that, we get into these whirlwinds when we're trying to talk about the budget. We need to, I suggest we prioritize that we try to focus on the budget, and instead of priority, that we visit truth and taxation after we get done with the budget discussions. And then the next level is, impact fees.
Funding. Yeah.
I think also along those lines, perhaps we need to start looking at that road,
Tough.
yeah, the tough,
Transportation utility fee.
yeah.
Can we make an overall agenda that we need to follow that to get through this stuff? Because we're just talking in circles.
All right, with that, why don't we, can we take just a short break and come back and wrap this portion of the workshop to get, take a short break and.
I could take a nap.
Yeah, I must be under fire here, because I'm sweating.
Trying to get started again. Why don't we take the next
Why? My biggest.
20 minutes or 5 minutes and kind of wrap this discussion up? Well, I know, I'm gabbing them.
Time I see
Oh,
yours.
gavel.
Differing personality.
How's that?
Yes, just-
Is there a gavel?
Just a number here that you can.
There used to be.
Can't use it here.
There we go. Thanks, everybody. We appreciate, we needed to take a little break there for a few minutes and appreciate that. Let's go ahead and get, let's try to, we had a lot of discussion. Let's see if we can kind of bring it all together now and you know, I just think we need to, wrap it up, Curtis. Kind of help us wrap it, help us wrap this up. We've had a lot of discussion. Sometimes we feel like we're just kind of going in circles a little bit. So maybe kind of help us.
So for the operational, we owe you one more document, and we'll work and provide that before the next meeting. And that's going to be the one-page summary that we've done in the past that shows the comparisons. Unfortunately, just based off of the timing of how things were happening, lots of people, that we couldn't get to that. And when I say we, I mean Lindsay. So she's
He's a human being, surprise.
bless her
You can
heart.
Sleep at some point. So.
Bless her heart. She was sending me a message that we were actually messaging early this morning, back and forth doing some final refinements. And she actually answered my text at a really, really early hour in the morning. So we'll get that sheet ready for you. And that will help summarize some things. In the meantime, you have the operational numbers. You can see them as they are now. We can challenge departments to go back through and look. And you have the chance also, if the council wants to bring in specific departments, we have a chance to listen. Remember, the tentative budget has to be adopted the first meeting in May. But that doesn't mean changes can't be made between the tentative and the final. So we still have time. We've got opportunities to analyze this and look at it.
So it'll be next week. We have to do the tentative budget.
Yes. Anything that any input that you want to provide, we're open to receiving it. At this point, the tentative budget doesn't even have to have the capital projects in it if you don't want to. I mean, we can, it'd be lovely to have it in, but if we were still analyzing operationally where we need to be, we can adopt it without the capital projects. But we've got a lot.
The impact of that would be that each capital project would need to be approved one by one at city council or in a meeting, or no?
Or just in the final.
In the
budget.
final, okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
We'd want to come to a consensus of what's actually going in to make sure we get it. It minimizes amendments, but we can always amend if we end up missing something. But realistically, for wrapping up here, we can jump over to capital projects if you guys have had a little bit of time to review those. If you've got ideas or suggestions, Mayor, how are we going to go for this? But we'll get you the analysis sheet.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a discussion about, revenue sources, but we're also, we were just talking a little bit about it, and I think this idea maybe of meeting with the department heads, maybe we don't need to meet with everybody, but meet with the department heads and go through their individual
Operational budget.
operational budgets. And then that would help the council, I think, a lot to understand, where their needs are. And maybe if they feel like there's some give and take in a certain area, we can talk about that. But I'm just wondering if the council is sort of agreeable to something like that, I think we should maybe make an effort to I don't know when you would like to do it, or if we want to try to do this at the next week at our next meeting, go through and what do you, I just wonder if understanding each of the department heads a little, make sure we understand their budgets and whatnot.
Can I?
Yeah, please,
Just
help me out.
input. I mean, at this point, if we were to tentatively say we approve this budget, this operating budget right here, we would definitely be just moving on to capital discussions. And the only thing that's keeping us on this is the big deficit one, which is the fire department. And nobody's calling anybody bad or anything here, and it's just a matter of understanding. And it seems to
I
me
think
that it
it's
would be
fire
very,
and police. You made a good point that distinguishes just because of the funding mechanism that the fire department got pointed out, but police has just as much of an increase. So I'm as concerned about the police department budget as I am the fire department budget.
then the two
Correlatively,
that
yeah.
is the most concerned are the ones that we probably, and I don't know why we can't do that in the next, at least the fire department, the next, between here and now and 7 o'clock.
And police.
Between now and 7 o'clock. Well, Jeff is not here tonight.
I don't know if anybody else understands their budget
Okay.
enough either.
But,
So can we, I mean, what does Bill think? I mean, have you been over them, or can you sit down first and see if there's fat? I don't know.
Department heads first,
I-
because I'm gonna be the one sending them out and saying, hey,
Or even somebody to say
let's sit down and make sure.
that we're, I mean, like, say Andy's here, so he's, like, we're pretty fat. So have you got some places that maybe we, you know what I mean, that we can trim that you can live with or not? I don't know.
It's a good question. We have been over the tentative and proposed budgets with the department heads. This isn't something that, we just kind of threw out there.
Well,
And I'm not suggesting that's what you're saying, but
they said a couple of times we just, maybe it just on Curtis' side, they just put out what was put in.
well, no, it was considered and thoughtful in what we're requesting. And so it's not something that is arbitrary and just, we're asking for the moon. These are things that we have been over with the departments and discussed at length. Ultimately, whether or not to fund these things is your decision as the council. So I would feel better if, after having the process that we've been through with the department heads, if you had specific questions, like the mayor is suggesting, let's set up a short meeting. You guys bring your list of areas where you think it's either excessive or could be trimmed, and then we can discuss that with our department heads. Again, I'm not kicking the can over to you, but I really feel like that's your role as the council to control the purse strings of the city and make sure that the budgets are being done appropriately.
Actually, I see that as your responsibility as the city manager.
Well,
Your responsibility, not our responsibility.
okay, I understand what you're saying, and I agree, except to say that we've been through this, and I feel like what's in front of you is as good as we can get.
I just need to share how I feel about it. When we got together with the capital discussion and that type of stuff, we had the departments come back in, and these numbers had been gone over, and we talked about them and everything. Well, when the fire department stood up, all of a sudden, we knocked out about $1.5 million worth of capital purchases that were on the list that had been gone over, that we just wiped them off. And so I have that feeling inside that I wonder if we should be doing the same thing. So if you're going to kick the can to us, we need to go through these things in detail with them.
Yeah, and I'm happy and willing and excited to do that.
We need to do that
Yeah.
if you're going to let us decide if we're going to approve this or not, and if you're not going to do it.
Well, I'm at a place where I'm looking for guidance from you guys.
we're just looking at final approval coming from the council.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Wonderful. So you do have confidence in these budgets?
The department heads have been through these, and now, again, capital budgets are a little bit different in that there is a little bit more discretion
Right.
in what we choose to fund or not. Operating budgets tend to be, you got to feed the beast kind of a thing. And because the nature of that particular beast, if you don't pay people right, they're going to go somewhere else. If you don't get them trained and give
Agree,
them
we
insurance.
understand.
Yeah.
At the same time, we understand your responsibility, really, when it comes down to it. I mean, right down to the basics, your job is to try to figure out how to increase income, which means raising taxes. That's your responsibility. That's what you do because you're trying to create more income to make Tremont a better place.
Diversifying revenue
And
streams. yeah.
that's what you do. Our job is to protect the constituents and not overtax them.
Yeah.
And so therein lies the thing. So when the can gets kicked over here, we're going to go through it in detail.
I don't think that's inappropriate. I think that's a perfect.
And if I may, I feel like this is where our communication gap is at jeopardy, okay? I think you're the city manager, and I agree with Lyle. I think they should all be coming to you. We're kicking back and saying, can they go through and just go through a little bit closer, work with you? And then we need to have enough trust in you that you're gonna come back and say, we've gone through this, this is where we're at. Instead of having to have department heads come up and justify to us, they should be justifying to you, and then we should be listening to you. I just don't think we go through the correct hierarchy here. And so I would much rather, feel enough trust that you've gone through and done this to the best, and you're coming back and saying, we're there.
Well-
And then
Yeah.
or we're just gonna keep spinning our wheels and spinning our wheels, there's
Well,
gotta
and you
be a
guys don't have the time to
spokesperson.
look over every nut and bolt and.
And you do.
And I definitely do. But what my concern is that I don't want to take away any of the responsibilities and,
I think Bill's just trying to make sure that he's, we're not going through the process maybe in the past, the way it was done. We just, I see it as, the council is giving that final approval
I've
based
just,
on
yeah, that's
your
exactly right.
recommendation.
I've been led to understand that in the past, decisions were made about the budget without the approval or understanding of the city council. And that's a very cold breeze on my backside I don't want or welcome that kind of responsibility. Ultimately, you're absolutely right. It is the responsibility of the city council to make sure that budgetary decisions are made in the light of day and with the best budgeting practices with regard to the sacred nature of these funds. Now, having worked with the departments at length to determine what is the best and most efficient use of those funds, this is our proposed budget. Can we go back and look at things? Absolutely. If that's your request, we will do that. And, we will probably find some things. But as was pointed out, we're squeezing blood out of this turnip. And that's.
To me, I look at, maybe it's just, I look at, this year's budget, and if for whatever reason, the fire department, I'm just picking it, is over 650 grand, then somebody's got to explain where that 650 grand is. If it is wages, because we're going to lose everybody, there's that much there, but that's a lot. And that's my thing, you got to sell it. You got to say, we had this, or did we double bill something that we didn't know? I mean, that stuff happens.
Sure.
You made another account because we didn't have it, but we forgot to take the money out of the other one. I don't know. But it just seems that's a lot. It's not like it's 20 grand or 50 grand.
It looks, the way that it's presented is a little bit tough because we chew on the idea that we thought there was going to be $2 million in a surplus. And it turns out when we put in the operating budget numbers, because of various and sundry, we're not going to get there. And
It's more like
And maybe it just shows,
partially that's,
maybe it just shows up on the fire department when it's really the whole thing.
that's right. It's the whole thing. And it shows up in the fire department more dramatically than other places because the fire department is its own fund. It brings in revenue, and the revenue that it brings in is not enough to cover the expenses. And that's a dramatic thing. And it's going to be that way and probably forever. And that's okay, because we know that general fund
Should pay some.
dollars should help offset some of those expenses.
I think we face there's kind of a delicate balance here, right? As humans interacting, trying to come up with a common objective of having funds be spent appropriately that are tax money. I just want to vocalize that we do trust you, city employees, extensively, or we wouldn't hire you. And we appreciate you guys and all you do. And then at the same time, we are challenged with, to Lyle's point, to be stewards of funds. And we get asked, I've received texts with specific invoices challenging those expenditures. And so I just want to, I want to be able to answer those and be a good steward of that fund. So we do sit in a unique position as city council to do both. And so I hope you're not hearing that we don't trust you, because we do.
I think I speak for the rest of the employees when I say that we do feel that trust. And the confidence is measured in the way that you approve the budgets. And also, I feel like, in the way that you scrutinize the budgets. That's not an untrustworthy kind of activity. That means you're concerned and you have interest in what we're doing, and I think that's valuable.
Would it be fair to propose then that we look over these budgets that have been proposed, knowing that Bill has looked them over, and there's a large amount of approval from our leadership, and let's look at it, and it's okay to question anything that we see in there that doesn't look right, and challenge it over this week, and see if we can agree upon some.
If just because the size of the deficit, the 657,000, maybe we can just have an explanation of what is going, something to help us understand why we have that negative balance. That would be, in my mind, it would be very helpful for me. And from there, we can make a decision how to rectify it. And
You bet. We can get
And
that to you.
I feel that explanation from you is enough.
yeah.
Okay.
I think you just need to help us understand where that, because that seems to be the only one that really stands out in my mind.
Well,
And-
and again, the way that the information is presented is a little bit misleading, and
Yeah.
we just talked about it, in that
The police,
the police are
Increases.
asking for almost $4 million.
Right.
That's a huge increase. We just don't see it presented the same way because they're not a fund unto themselves, and there's
Right.
no negative balance in that. If we were to show the police as their own fund with a negative balance,
Yep.
it would be
maybe even
millions.
more, yeah.
It would be millions and millions of dollars, and we would think, oh my goodness, can't they save money? Well, yeah, they can, but at what cost? What does it mean to have, anyway,
No, we're not,
I think I get the point, and it's, I'm with you.
Maybe
I'm not
just-
frustrated. If you feel like I'm frustrated or nervous, I'm
No.
cool.
no.
I
it's a fine balance.
yeah.
Yeah, okay, so with that, anything else, council?
We'll get
Is
you
there
some-
so we're asking for an explanation from Bill. What kind of a variance do you want to have an explanation on, so we don't cause him an extraordinary amount of work, but enough that would
I-
suffice?
First of all, I think Bill and Lindsay and Curtis and Jeff and all of those that have been involved in getting us to this point need a huge
Yeah.
thank you, because we, I see how much you guys have worked on it I come in and out of here almost daily and have watched, you guys and the work that you put into it. And I think we're really close. We're really, really almost there. We just, and maybe to Brett and Lyle and the rest of us, are we going to have to look at additional revenue sources? Are we going, those are the kind of things that are going to come down on
That's right.
our plate here.
That's
And,
exactly right.
So I think if you can kind of help us through with that.
So we asked him for an explanation on variances, right? The increases. What is there kind of a standard threshold you'd like to see?
I think major.
Just so that we're
major-
clear.
My opinion would be major
major jumps.
from the year
Only
before.
two departments that were negative.
I mean, we know that as a
Those two
PD's
departments.
thing, but
Well, right, and it's the two departments that you would expect, and they're the biggest ones
right.
in the city. So we'll have them prepare a little something for you for next week, and
I don't think it'd hurt for them to see if they can cut some
it's,
fat.
these are conversations we have already had, so it should neither be a surprise to them, nor should it be an onerous task for them to put some things together, some ideas together to help explain to the council where these additional expenses are coming from. The chief, Chief Cordova, for example, he's been talking about and beating that drum about wages and increases and things like that for months. So that shouldn't be a surprise. The fire department,
They're all in there, right?
Fire department's behind the 8 ball with
with just
what
about
they got
everything.
dealt with them, so
Yeah.
that's not a,
So again, I don't think those explanations should be forthcoming. And I want to point out, just as maybe as a parting thought on this, is that we're not running a deficit. We actually have $225,000 this year's surplus. And, that's not as much as we were hoping for, but it's still on the sunny side of things. And so I'm definitely an optimist when it comes to things like that. And, I try to manage expectations, and $2 million was a lot, and we didn't get that. So,
Okay,
yeah, we'll talk more.
good, good. Well, let's take a little break and we'll start our
Curtis, are
public.
we gonna need to speak about capital next week then, as part of the tentative budget, or? Because it's gotta be finalized on the final budget, right?
capital's still up in the air.
And so
Totally.
I'm still feeling a little confused where we're at on that. So hopefully we can translate those numbers from this to the new spreadsheet, and then we can start to see what needs to take place, and people realize that they can't have everything.
Yeah, we can definitely make that happen.
And thank you for the pivot. I think we're
Getting there.
for the first time though, correct me if I'm wrong, and from what I've heard, for the first time we're doing this, separating the operational from the capital and doing it sequentially in a way that we've never done before. So we're doing a harder thing to do than we have in the past, and just getting a budget through, but in the long run it's gonna be very healthy.
Next year, it's gonna be easier.
For you.
For you.
We're going through a learning curve right now. I need to go on record before we stop. I mean, this is exactly what Bo just said. I said it last week also. This is a new thing for the city council, the process that we're going through, because in previous years, I've been here for 10 years, the budget was basically put together, and we would talk about it, but it was approved. And this is the first time we've actually had true input, real input as to what to do with the excess as far as capital purchases and that type of stuff. And so it feels like we're going in circles when we're talking with this budget, but it's a learning process that the city council's got to go through. So we appreciate your patience. And Lindsay, I know that you spent mega time putting this operating budget together. It needed to happen, but we're excited to see
It's gonna be worth it.
the next one you're going to come up with. That'll help us understand things better. I'm like Brett. I mean, we need to be approving this operating budget so we can get onto the capital expenditure. Isn't it next week we've got to have it done?
Yeah, the tentative.
For the
Tentative. So we can approve a tentative, which basically means that we can approve the operating budget without even talking about the capital expenditures. You can just put them in a column.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just don't want to get behind the 8 ball on that. If we don't keep talking about it, we're gonna get in trouble.
Yeah, and we got plenty of time. We got all the way through June to finalize these details and figure things out, so.
I think the biggest takeaway, as you guys are still looking at capital, there is not a huge chunk of money coming available for the general projects
This year.
from this year. If for general stuff, if you use $10 million as being the maximum available, that's a nice round number, we'll probably be right at that point.
Well, no, we're not even close to that. It's down to like 7 million now. after this two
Okay,
got taken
But
away.
can,
No,
can
there
we
wasn't any
actually
two-
save some?
We're confusing about,
Can.
we will
This is
add.
25,
to-
26.
We will add to the 9.3 million.
So we have 9.3 million in there.
Plus another about 400,000, so
Okay.
about
So
9.7
10
million.
okay.
So 10 million is what's available.
Which takes
And
us
at
through the
current-
26 year.
Yeah, and at current, under this budget, we're only going to be adding about $400,000 a year instead of $2 million a year.
Yes.
Which, that will change a lot, especially on the economic development side.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Input.
All of you, even Jeff that made me mad. Thank
Even
you.
Jeff.
No, you did a ton of work on that spreadsheet, like
Yeah, seriously. Thank you, everybody.
unseen.
gonna,
Mine's on vibrate. No one.
Bunch worth of kids or something.
we're gonna, we're gonna start, oh, gee. We're gonna start in just a few minutes. We know that we got a full house tonight. The way the agenda is working, we'd like the school children to come and their families to come in, and then what we'll do is they usually leave right after the awards, and then they'll be seating for the others to come in. So we want to make sure all of you have a place to sit. It's just that we've got a full house tonight, and so that's maybe how we can do it. Thank you. But we'd like to have the children come in to start with, and then we'll go from there.
They could stand kind of on the walls too if they wanted to. I know it does.
That's crazy.
All right, it's 7 o'clock. Let's go ahead. We've got everybody here. We'll go ahead and start our policy session. We're thrilled that we have such a large number of people here tonight. We have a lot to cover, so we'll get right to business. Anyway, I want to thank each and every one of you for coming out, and from there, we'll have our opening ceremony. I'll give the opening prayer, and then we're going to have Mary Ann Reese will lead us, who is the mayor of the Youth City Council. She'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll go to that point. Our Father in heaven, as we come before thee at this time, we are thankful for the blessings which we have. We're grateful for the opportunity of living in Tremonton. We love this community, and we pray that thou will please watch over and protect us. We're grateful for the students that are here tonight. We're grateful for those who are concerned citizens, and we ask that thou will please help us. We might be able to have a good discussion, and we might be able to discuss ways that we can make our community better. We're grateful for those who serve, for the police department and for the fire department, for their sacrifices and efforts to keep us safe. We pray that thou please bless us at this time, and this we say in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Thank you, everybody. All right. Since we have so many new people here tonight, I want to take this opportunity to kind of introduce your city council to you. Over to my left, we have our city manager, Bill Kobabe. And then we have, starting on my left right here, we have Bo Lewis, Blair Westergaard, Lyle Vance, myself, Brett Rohde, and Wes Eastep. That's your city council, and they do a great job. There's a lot of work to this, and we appreciate their expertise and their commitment to our community. We also have our city recorder, Cynthia Nelson, and Lindsay Nesson, and somewhere out here, I think Jeff Seedall is our our planner. Then we have our youth city council here with us tonight, and that's what's really cool. We appreciate them coming. I've had the opportunity of working with them on several projects throughout the year, and this is a great bunch of kids. They're a great bunch of young men and young women, not kids. They are wonderful. We had a project over at Library Park here a couple of weeks ago, and it was a hard project. There was a lot of hard work, and they stuck in, and it looks wonderful over there. Appreciate all the time and effort they did. So we have their advisor, Carolyn Burgess, and then I'm just going to try to, we got Mary Ann Reese, who just led us in the pledge, and Ally Throop, is that, do I have that right? Did I pronounce that right?
It's true, but.
Troop, oh. Okay, I apologize for that. Then we have others that are not here with us this evening, Vincent Vertig, Lily Pedersen, and Karen Graves, and Lily Gilbert. And there's more, but we appreciate them very much. They're going to give us, let's see, with that, we'll go ahead and, item number 3, declaration of conflicts of interest, council. Do we have any problem with that tonight with the agenda?
No.
All right, approval of the agenda.
I make a motion that we approve the agenda as written, except for 2 changes. We need to take number 8 off, both A and B, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And 11E. The rest of it is written.
I'll second it.
Motion by Lyle Vance and seconded by Wes
Oh,
Eastep.
wait a minute.
Oh,
I was just wondering why we couldn't move the Tremont City's citizenship board up to the kids before the city council, the youth city council report, or is that something you had your heart set on?
it's not something I have my heart set on. We have,
You know, because there's a lot of children here, and then that way they could move on if they wanted to, or stay, or whatever, I don't care. It was just a suggestion.
okay.
I'll make that motion, that we take 8 and 11 off and move
B up.
B up to A and back to B.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense.
I don't do it. We'll wing it here. So I think what the intent is to give the citizenship awards out right after the approval, after the years of service awards, and then we'll do the presentation from the U City Council following that. Is that okay? Okay. All right, got a motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes. Let's see, approval of the minutes for April 1st, 25, and April 22nd, 25.
I make a motion, we approve the minutes for both the 1st and the 22nd of 25.
My second.
Motion by Blair, and seconded by Bo. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, very good. All right, now let's do our citizenship awards. This is one of our favorite times of the, this is one of our favorite times of the month, when we get an opportunity to give these awards out to young people. This, just to kind of explain for the rest of us, these young people are extraordinary. They've shown extraordinary ability to show respect and be responsible for the things that they are in charge of in their schools, and to be able to promote safety. And these are things that we think are just really important in our community. And we appreciate their efforts, and we appreciate their teachers and their principals for recognizing these young people. And so with that, we're going to go ahead and give out the awards. And then after that, if you would like to stay, you're welcome to stay, but if you would like to leave, that, we'll do that right after. But, one other thing, when we call you up, we're going to ask you to stay up here so we can get some pictures, okay?
Bring the principals up.
Oh, and then Mr. Ball and Mr. Green, well, let's have you guys come up too and help with the awards.
Customary.
Okay, here we go. First, we have our, do you do it by school? Okay, from McKinley School, Isabel Vanulis. Did I pronounce that correctly? How do you pronounce it? Brooklyn Larson, also from McKinley School. Congratulations. Samantha Marshall from McKinley School. Congratulations. Jackson Hawes, McKinley School. Jace Dixon from McKinley School. Rogan Gibbs from McKinley also. Congratulations. Good job. Here you go. No, you don't get to go sit down yet. Come around here and stand. We're going to get a picture of you, okay? Darcy Tolman, McKinley School. Burton from Alice C. Harris. Sean Jacob from Alice C. Harris. Ava Joe, North Park Elementary. Reno Munns from North Park. We'll make sure Reno gets that. Kendra Perez, North Park. Brandon Hawks from North Park. Good job. Melanie Wilson from North Park. Good job, Melanie. Let's see, Addison Romrell from North Park. Here you go. Congratulations. All right. So
We miss anybody, Mayor? Got to double check.
Have we missed anybody? Okay, let's go ahead and get some pictures and maybe we better squeeze together just a little bit. You squeeze together just a little bit.
Sit by you.
Okay. I've been pretty lucky.
Parents, feel free to go to the middle and get a good picture. We got time for it.
You getting in for us, Zach?
Did Lindsay leave? Did Lindsay leave?
She's probably outside and just,
Got him?
as long as somebody gets them for the webpage.
When do you put in for city council?
Oh, June. Something.
Thank you, everybody. Great job.
Good job, kids. Woo-hoo.
So sorry. You're always right here. And then you're on here.
We did bypass the service award. Okay.
I don't even think Kirsty's here. I haven't seen her.
While these young people are leaving, I just wanted to say, these are the leaders, our leaders of tomorrow. So I think we got them off on the right feet, and we appreciate so much. These are good young people. We appreciate them very much.
If we're gonna use it for.
Yeah, we.
Introduce myself first.
You need to put the kids first right
Okay.
out of the gate every time.
Yep.
Do the approval of the minutes and then the kids and even before years of service and all that. Get them in, get them out.
Especially
I don't know how long we gotta wait until.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting again. I was just waiting for the transfer.
It's a busy night.
We good to start? Good? Not yet? Okay, perfect, that's fine.
I think we need to do the year of service first.
Yeah, let's just have you, just leave that up. We'll just give the years of first service real quick. And then, we had a change and I never recovered from the change in the agenda, so we'll go ahead and do these years of service. It'll just take us a few minutes. So let's have Christy,
I saw her here.
let's have Kirsty come up. Is she here, Zach? Perfect. And you'll do the presentation? Perfect.
She is.
Well, we have Kirsty Summit here. She's been a invaluable asset to the city, to the department for the past 10 years. She's surprised that it's been 10 years. 10 years ago, I guess, we met at a conference down in St. George at the URPA conference, and we happened to sit at the same table as when she was a student doing her internship. And lo and behold, a month or two later, she came by and asked for a job, and we were happened to be hiring at that time. And 10 years later, she's still with us, and she's been an amazing asset to the community. A little bit about Kirsty. She grew up in a small town in Idaho, Bancroft, Idaho, a booming metropolis there. But she went to USU just across the hill, and she loved it there. And you want to say go Aggies?
Go Aggies.
Go Aggies, right? She recently got married, and Daniel and Kirsty welcomed their son Cooper about a year ago. And he just had his birthday yesterday.
Beginning of April, yeah.
Okay, a month ago almost. Yeah, she's been a fantastic asset. So she loves working with the youth and the community of Tremonton. So when we asked her what questions, what is your favorite part about working with Tremont City? She says, I love working with the people. The kids I get to work with are amazing. And a lot of those kids that were just here have been through our programs, and Kirsty's been the one that has worked with the majority of those. She also works with the senior center and the seniors there. She's excited to get to see them grow and have fun and make friends, and have a safe environment to do it in is priceless. Then question 8, what is your favorite quote? This is something big in the Park and Rec world is, I love to watch you play. And instead of asking, did you win your game? What was the score? It's always, you should ask your kids, or tell your kids, I love to watch you play. And that should be the number one thing, especially in rec sports. When asked what's your favorite or most listened to playlist, she says Popper Country. We all know she's a Swiftie at heart. I don't know how she puts up with me and not being a Swiftie, but we definitely could not do it without Kirsty. She's won several awards from the Junior Jazz for Department of the Year for the Class 1, which is 15,000 residents and below. We've been the top performing department for the last 3 years within the Junior Jazz organization, and largely because of her and her efforts and the things that she does. She's worked with kids all the way from 3 years old all the way through seniors in high school in the Junior Jazz program. And every sport, we start at 3 and go to at least 7th grade. So we couldn't do it without her. And Kirsty, we want to thank you and express our heartfelt love and appreciation for everything that you do for the community, for the citizens, especially for the kids and the seniors. So, thank you very much.
Thanks, Kirsty. All right, now, you city council. Let's have you guys, Mary Ann and Ally, I guess you're going to do this. presentation for us? Okay, great.
Great.
Hello, my name is Allie Troop. I am the city manager on the U City Council, and I've been serving on the U City Council for 5 years.
I'm Marianne Reese. I'm the mayor of the U City Council, and I've been serving for 4 years.
This year on the U City Council, we had 25 wonderful members, including Marianne and myself and our other executive board members, who are all volunteers who come to just help with all our city projects and service and events. This year, we amassed a total of 450 service hours as a Youth City Council.
We have done 18 activities overall. A lot of them have been doing like the Christmas extravaganza. We've helped with heydays. We have also helped decorate Main Street, and one of our favorites is Turkey Trot.
Some of our personal favorite activities that we do over this year are the ones that we planned ourselves. This year, I was in charge of the Daddy-Daughter Dance, which is one of my favorite activities that we do every year. We had to create a budget. We had to go through supplies, things like that to make this event for the community. And I love watching all the dads and their daughters come. And I really just love seeing the bonding in the community between the fathers and the daughters and with other people. And I just love to see everyone come together in that way.
One of the ones I helped plan was a service project. Me and another member of our board, Vincent Fertig, was able to help plan with Mayor Holmgren, and we helped do a library cleanup, and that was awesome to work hard and see some good results and see an effect in the community. We also want to thank the City Council for sending us to Utah State for our leadership conference. We were able to go and gather with a lot of other youth city councils from different cities and be able to talk to them and learn and grow a little bit more.
Our theme at the Youth City Council conference at USU this year was Grow Where You Are Planted. And this theme was present in all the activities we did over the 3-day conference, through our keynote speakers, through our togetherness activities. And one of the standout things that we got from this conference was our keynote speaker, David Figge, who is an entrepreneur who came to speak to us about following your dreams and how to achieve your goals through proactive action on your part at any point in your life. He really taught me that in order to achieve change in a community, you have to be the start of that, and that you have to ask the right questions. You have to reach out to people. You have to really commit yourself to making a change, and I really appreciated being able to hear that.
We also did like a goose chase, which is just a scavenger hunt that they hosted, and we just ran around Utah State campus and tried to take pictures with a bunch of different statues and whatnot. And it was amazing to work with my team and be able to cooperate with them, but then also being able to work with our competition as other city councils tried to beat us, but we were able to talk and help and give advice. It was also awesome because the college students were really nice to us and helped us find the library because we had no idea. But Youth City Council has taught me so much. It has taught me how to cooperate and communicate with others and how to gain a love of service and of my community.
Something that Youth City Council has taught me is really just to care about my community. I feel like a lot of people don't know the amount of work and effort goes into a lot of events and projects that happen in the community. And I really just love being able to be a part of that work to make these things that bring our communities together. I know that I will use the lessons that I've learned from Youth City Council in my entire life. This coming fall, I will be attending college to get my bachelor's degree in psychology in hopes of being able to serve more people in my future.
I'm also going to go to college and I'm going to study accounting, but I think that what I've learned in Youth City Council has definitely helped me, and it will help me be able to talk, communicate, and hopefully grow a love of a future community that I get to be a part of.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Be like you when I grow up.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Okay, let's see, get back on track here. Okay, we have the report from Utopia. giving us a kind of a update on where we're at. Representative Utah, let's see, Roger Timmerman? There we are, Roger. Okay, time's yours.
Well, thank you for having some time for us. Appreciate everybody coming out to hear what I have to say. We'll try to be brief. But a couple things. I want to give a little bit of history about Utopia. It might help to, can I present on this? Or should I just talk? Yeah, this works? Okay. If I plug in the right side here. All right, that looks like that works. Okay. Just kind of a recap of Utopia for those who don't know about it. We are an interlocal entity. We're not a business. We're not a company. The owners of Utopia are the cities that created us. So a lot like a water district or something like that. We have member cities that came together, said they wanted broadband and joined together. And Tremont is one of those founding member cities. So you've been with us from the beginning. The original cities are there on the top. There's 11 of them that bonded back in 2004 to build the fiber optic network. And then since then, we've had a lot of growth, new partnerships, different structures for those. I've got a timeline here. I won't go into all the details, but the red years are red for a reason and the green years are green for a reason. It was a rough start. They bonded, built network, not the whole thing, but a part, and it didn't do very well. Costs were high, subscriptions were low, the technology was not great. There was a lot of missteps. There were legal challenges from Qwest at the time. The legislature, lots of things against it, but the cities stuck it out. 2009, things kind of turned around. They fired the contractors and partners that were involved with making it happen and insourced it. So Utopia then staffed up and took the system in-house, and that made a huge difference. And so from that point, we started bonding for projects, and we're able to build networks, add customers, and the revenues from those new systems were able to pay for themselves and be sustainable. But there was a hole that was dug in those first 8 years or so, financially for the cities. But since then, we've been able to grow and expand, add customers, invest in the system, and actually improve the financial position of the member cities. We haven't paid all the debt, but I'll talk about where we're at. A couple things. Since that time, broadband has not only proven that it was good at the time, but has increased in demand. More and more people keep signing up for it. More and more uses of the internet keep coming out. Demand keeps going up, and so maybe we were a little bit early, but it all kind of worked out, and now people depend on this. It's a critical service. You know, back when this was started, we did this before YouTube, before Netflix, before Zoom, before any of those things even existed. Obviously, we use those things a lot now, and so we're positioned to be leaders in the world, our cities, with the very best broadband in the country. But a couple of the accomplishments is we're the largest open access network in the country, the largest municipal system. We have the fastest speeds available in the country at the lowest cost, and I'll talk about that in a second. We have the most competitive system. We have 19 different options. So when you get fiber in from our system, you get to pick and choose from different companies, and if they're not a good provider, you get to switch. Most people in this country have one, maybe two options, if they're lucky, and sometimes they're cable and they're not very good. You have fiber, which is amazing infrastructure, but you have 19 companies competing on that system. It's the most competitive system anywhere. There's nowhere else other than in Utopia cities where you have that much competition. We get awarded more schools than anyone else over the last several years, so we keep connecting more and more educational institutions, the state systems, county facilities, city facilities, obviously. So we're kind of a backbone of connectivity that's features that aren't just like internet to homes. Like there's a lot of critical community needs that we meet with broadband. A couple other things, we provide air quality sensors more than anyone else in the state. We do smart city solutions, lots of different cool things that cities do with our fiber network. We have a very high Net Promoter Score, which is a consumer satisfaction survey that a lot of different industries use. Google rating score is really good. And we have some other awards. So on the system, again, we build one fiber network, but all these different companies can use that. Some people are like, we get this. There was a bill that went through the legislature recently, and the Taxpayers Association was making the point, that the government shouldn't be competing with private sector. And we came back and said, well, actually, we don't. All these private sector companies would not be in these cities. Well, they would not be able to provide you service if it weren't for this public infrastructure. In fact, nearly all of the Utah-based providers depend on Utopia. And without Utopia, you would just have Comcast and Frontier, I guess. So I don't even know if you'd had Comcast. You'd have Frontier, and it would be old DSL stuff. So anyways, we enable private sector competition. That's what we do. The net connectivity is really awesome. Everybody gets their own dedicated connection. We compared that to other fiber technologies. Not all fiber is the same. We give you all your own connection. So your neighbor who's a bandwidth hog, who's using it all, doesn't impact your bandwidth, which is really slick. Pretty much every other system, even other fiber systems, if your neighbor's using it a lot, or it's a peak time, everybody's watching the Super Bowl or General Conference or whatever it may be, it'll slow down and congest, but not on our system. We have enormous headroom and everybody has their own connection. A couple things. We started this in 2004. We get asked all the time, are you guys keeping up? I mean, is this thing getting old? Is it getting out of date? We're actually on our third or fourth generation of technology in the network, depending on which part of it you're looking at. And that enables us to continue to offer the latest and greatest speeds. So when we started, people would get 100 megabit connection as the maximum speed. And now the maximum is 10 gigabits. We recently offered something in between gig and 10 gigs. So now we have a 2.5 gig offering, and it's very popular. In the 10 gig, we used to have that priced really high, about $300. Now it's $150, which is the really, really premium option. And most people are buying $60, $70, $80 services. But we've been able to bring the pricing down on the really high tiers of service. And that's the lowest cost 10 gig in the country. And then in development, we keep improving our systems. We've got a subscriber app for payments, things like that we're improving with. We keep doing additional smart city stuff. I got pictures here. You got your VR sets. We keep seeing innovation and newer things that use bandwidth related to virtual reality. AI obviously is a big deal. There's a lot of cool new applications coming out, but that all needs a lot of connectivity, and we're there. We've got it. Your entire community is prepared for all of the future technology. Okay, real quick on some subscribers. This is across Utopia and all of our partnerships. We're getting pretty close to 74,000 subscribers. We're adding about 800 a month. I remember when we were really excited to add 50 a month. So things have not just gotten better, but are accelerating. This is by city. I wouldn't say, don't be sad that you're kind of lower on this because you're just a smaller city. But if you look just at your city, here's some of your stats. So one of the things about Tremonton is we built the network and considered it done many years ago in the beginning of this chart, at the beginning of the term. But you guys keep growing. You keep adding subdivisions, keep building new homes. We keep having to build more. We actually added an additional fiber hut in the city. That was very expensive. We didn't have to come back to the city for any sort of payment or backstop for that, which was good. But that's great. We love to continue to grow with the cities and add customers. So that's the availability. So there's about almost 3,500 locations in the city that have fiber available. And this is how many have signed up. And so you see that's growing much faster. We're at 1,650 about. We're adding about 10 to 15 a month, depending on the month, which is actually pretty good growth for the size of city it is. So it just keeps getting more and more popular. Normally we don't show maps of where people have the service, but since most people have it, it's like, well, it's not really that confidential. You pretty much assume almost everybody has it. These dots represent subscribers on the system. I zoomed out, so it's not too revealing or anything, but it's a pretty safe assumption that you have some people who don't have it, but most people in the city have it. It's very popular. This is the financials of Utopia and UIA. There was a little bit of dip right at the end, but that's just because we had a misbilling. But that'll actually, we already know the numbers for this next month, and it's very strong. In fact, one of our better months in the last year. So our revenues keep growing. We do issue bonds to keep up with growth. So as we have to add customers, we have to pay for those. As you add new developments, we have to pay for those. But we do get more customers, and that kind of helps us. So we do issue debt, but our revenue growth has grown faster than our debt obligations. Meanwhile, we're getting years ticked off of our bond payments and approach payoff of bonds. And so there's still a ways off, like 15 years, but that's good. We were 33 years when we refinanced things in 2008. So we're making great progress. Things get very, very interesting for us financially as some of these bonds do eventually fall off. And there may be some opportunity to refinance some of them before then if interest rates go back down. Right now, it's not a good time to refinance bonds. So this is kind of a status of all of our bonds. We have all these different bonds for different projects. Some of them are city specific, and those cities are on the hook for those projects. Some of them are UIA General. So you see UIA General, those are kind of collectively. There's a little bit of a weird relationship with UIA and Utopia. They're kind of sister agencies. You're members of Utopia, but you're not members of UIA. That's always been a little bit of a concern for what happens, because all the ability to pay off the bonds and provide relief as the bond payments go up comes from UIA, but you're not members of UIA. The attitude so far has been, you're part of the team, and you're part of the founding city. And so as we have structured debt payments on the original bond payments, UIA has been making those payments in behalf of all the member cities of Utopia, whether or not they're actually members of UIA or not. And for as long as I am here, I'll continue to argue for that, and I haven't had any resistance. But there isn't any sort of legal obligation at UIA to do that. But you've got a good group of partner cities that are all into this and have a very cooperative attitude. And so that's benefited the city tremendously. This is the bond debt structure. Sorry, we're almost done. Everybody's bored in this fiber talk here. But there's a pretty important financial implications here. So the total bond payments are about $16 million a year. What we have is that Utopia is able to make a distribution to the cities of part of that. And every year, as we grow and improve our financials, we make more payment towards that. Tremonton's portion for the 2025 fiscal year, which is wrapping up here, would be a payment of $118,000, which is $8,000 more than last year. We have budgeted for an additional $8,000 for next year, and that's actually structured to keep up with the increase of bond payment. So every year, the way they finance this, and I wasn't there when this happened, so don't shoot the messenger, but they did that 33-year refinance in 2008, and it had a 2% escalator increase every year. So what we've been able to do is at least kind of stop the bleeding and make it so that the city's not having to increase its payment every year, it's staying flat. We're hoping to actually turn the ship the other way and pay down faster, but that's not currently happening. We've had a lot of growth. We've had to pay for a lot of network expansion. There's obviously kind of a housing boom in Utah, and so we've had to spend a lot of money expanding the network. But the fact that we've been able to keep up with that growth and make the dividend payments back to the city with the 2% escalator is pretty good. We're pretty excited about that. It's not something that's guaranteed. If there's a downturn or problems or something like that, that could be in jeopardy. But every year, obviously our board is made up of cities like you. They all want that. And it's a top priority for us to be able to maintain that and continue that and actually push towards increasing that. In a worst case situation, if we continue to just kind of pay that minimal increase, which amounts to about 30% of the debt right now, the debt payments, those will be paid off. And we'll just continue to charge the same rates and be able to pay, an enormous amount of that back at the end of the bond period. So there's light at the end of the tunnel. We feel like the cost to the cities of doing this is still very positive. The residents love it. They save money if you compare the price of what people pay for broadband in your city compared to other cities and the quality of the service. They're saving a lot of money. But it does a little bit of a strain on the city budget, and we recognize that. But that's kind of where we're at. We're excited for continuing that. We get good feedback. Always looking for your feedback if you feel like citizens like it or the city itself is using it and happy with things. But we work for you. We're, like I said, we're not a business. We're an interlocal entity made up of cities like you. So.
Roger, we really appreciate you coming and giving us this report. I, for one, I love it. I love this service. It never seemed to have any problems with it, and we use it all the time. So I, for one, appreciate. I was actually there in that original vote, and way back in the day. So I was part of that original vote. Thank you.
Well, appreciate the vote. We had some rough years, but the long term has added enormous value to the city, at least we feel. So glad you've been supportive. So,
Thank you.
any other questions?
Thanks, Roger.
Appreciate you.
Okay. Let's see. We're going to not go through item 8 because Jeff's not here with us tonight. So we'll move on to public comments. As always, this is your opportunity to address the city council regarding your concerns or ideas that are relevant to our municipal business. We're going to ask you to keep your comments to under 3 minutes, and the time is now yours.
The annex people. Okay, my name is Debbie Bratner, and when we were in the town hall meeting, we had a discussion about ways that we could save the city some money. It was brought up about where my son lives. He lives across the street from the Nature Walk Park, and there's some plug-ins for the cars to plug into electricity. So I asked a question about who pays for that electricity. And the city does. I want to know why the city is paying for that electricity. Why don't we have a card swipe? We could save a lot of money because a lot of times when I've been over at my son's house, I see travelers that are plugged there all night. Why are we paying for travelers to be parked there using electricity, and us citizens are paying for electricity for people to come out of town, or for anybody? I mean, geez, if I had an electric car, I guess I'd go over there. But, so my suggestion is if people are getting free electricity, I want $10 in my electric bill, or in my water bill.
I think the card swipe thing's a good idea. Thank you.
I've always wondered the same thing.
For these youngsters that have.
I'd like to address the annexation issue. Is that too soon, or do we have to wait?
We're going to have a public hearing on that in just a few minutes.
But we need their name when they do.
Yeah, if you can come back when we do the public hearing.
You're gonna reset the clock, okay?
Okay, we'll do it. We'll do it.
I enjoyed attending your workshop. Right off the bat.
Give us your name.
Ralph Craven. Right off the bat, I had 15 minutes to look at the budget, sitting out there in the parking lot, and here's a few things.
Services not collected for the fire department, huge number. You might as well hang signs on the side of the ambulances that say free ride, because we're talking $200,000. Somebody's not paying their way here. Two, in the column over here on the budget, the far column, here's a suggestion. Take 23 actual against the budget and the percent of difference. Just show a column that shows the percent of difference for all 162 line items, and it'll identify real quick where the big changes are or decreases are. Also do that with this year's actuals prorated over the rest of the year against this year's budget. That too. So those two numbers should give you an idea real quick where the opportunities are. I believe in what you're saying about employees and money and education, and I believe that we want the very best employees, the very highest trained employees, and the very best motivated employees. With your surplus, I suggest you look at adding additional funds to every single person who works for the city for training and development. Okay? Third, how am I doing on time? The 24th of July. 24th of July. I see in the budget, it's $200,000. That's not enough. We're going to generate return on investment here. We're going to take on that group down there in Provo with their stadium of fire, and we're going to have an arena of fire. We need more money there. It's a revenue generator. We can charge to get in. Everybody in Fremont would get prorated or get a deduction, but it would attract a lot of people. You have to buy your tickets in advance. And finally, I felt sorry for Curtis. There are certain laws that have to be applied when doing accounting practices, and one of them is called the law of conservatism. They can overestimate expenses, but they cannot overestimate revenues. So if you're saying, hey, we could do this, but you could ask him, hey, put some more money against our expenses. Anyway, hey, I enjoyed your meeting. I'm glad that you struggled with that huge document. I'm proud of you guys.
Thank you, Ralph.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Jonathan Gardner. I'm one of the physicians here in town. And as such, I have a huge investment in the health of our community. Years ago, we talked about doing a mountain bike park up on Radio Hill. That's about all I have heard of. I haven't heard anything about any progress on that front. I'm hooked up with a lot of youth who love to mountain bike and would love to do volunteer hours to be able to move forward on promoting healthy type objectives here in town. More green space would be great. That river trail is amazing, but it would be nice to be able to expand that even further if possible. And there are plenty of people who are willing to volunteer to help out with that, and especially on that mountain bike side. And I'd love to be engaged with other health things. I love the Slothathon thing that's going on. Whatever we can do to increase our health of our community is great, especially as we are growing and expanding. And so I would love updates on the mountain bike park, and I would love to be involved and help with any volunteer efforts to get people going with that, and love to help in that regard.
There's progress being made on that. We are working with a group that's...
Get Healthy Utah.
We are working with a group that's looking at the development of that hillside there. So appreciate that, Jonathan. We'll maybe keep you in line, or not in line. Keep you in mind. There we go. Not keep you in line.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to close the public comment period. We'll move on to the public hearing for, to consider annexing approximately 200.78 acres of real property referred to as the LB Land Holdings annexation into Tremont City's incorporated limits. The 200.78 acres of real property is located in Box Elder County along 6800 west from 10,200 north to 9600 north. So the time is now yours. Again, we're going to try to limit the comments to 3 minutes, and the time is now yours.
Some time ago, oh, I'm Cindy Shipley. Anything else I need to say? Okay. Some time ago, they sent out a survey, and I filled it out, and I.
Can you share your name?
Cindy Shipley.
What is it?
Shipley, Cindy Shipley.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just was writing this down.
Okay. Getting into my 3 minutes, though. Okay, and I filled out that I thought whatever you want to do in the city is fine, build high-density housing wherever you want in the city. But I didn't understand at that point that you were just going to keep expanding the city and put it wherever you want. And out where we are, we want it to stay rural residential south of the freeway. All of us, I think all of us here feel that way. And if I was to build in town and go, buy a plot in town, I wouldn't be allowed to raise pigs because it would offend my neighbors. And if you are to come out where we love our residential, our rural environment and build a strip mall or high-density housing, we would feel like the same as the people living in the city that wouldn't like me having a pig farm. It's the same thing. And if you think that you're doing us favors by raising our property values, you're not, because all that means is we have to pay higher taxes. And that is not valuable to us. And so what I'd like to say is keep it, if you're going to annex that property, annex it with the zoning that keeps it rural residential and not to do whatever you want with it.
Thanks, Ms. Shipley.
Hi, I'm Kelly Wood. In December, I'd had several discussions about the annexation, and I asked the city planner at that time if we could meet with our neighborhood and the city and the developer to share some of our concerns about this annexation. And the words of Jeff Sedahl were, "I highly doubt that any of you have any ideas worth penciling down." Needless to say, this conversation ended badly, and it's taken me 4 months to speak up again. I'm doing this because I love the community. I want to continue to be proud of where I live. I am deeply concerned regarding the direction development is going in our city and specifically the possibilities for this annexation area. Some of the ideas communicated to me by the city planner and manager include the possibility of a moderate to high density housing, office buildings, and strip malls. In 2 surveys conducted by Box Elder County and Tremont in recent years, residents overwhelmingly responded that their top priority and concern for both the county and city's future is to preserve the agricultural, rural feel, and small-town atmosphere we have enjoyed in this valley. Tremont's land use and planning documents said, "It is clear that Tremont residents want to preserve the rural, small-town atmosphere of the city. For many, this is the reason we chose to live here." In the same document, in the section outlining the community vision and land use priorities, the number 1 key principle of guiding growth and development is as follows: preserve and enhance Tremont's agricultural character, peaceful lifestyle, and rural atmosphere using carefully considered zoning ordinances, preserving environmentally sensitive lands, and providing high-quality open space. Allowing moderate to high-density housing or commercial retail and office space south of the freeway boundary on Iowa String does not feel like careful considered zoning to those of us who live there. Such development will detract from the rural feel that currently exists south of that boundary and reduces the high-quality open space we now enjoy. It is my understanding that the city is currently focused on the much-needed revitalization of the downtown area, and I'm really excited to see the improvements there. The development of commercial areas in this outlying area south of the freeway will further weaken the commercial strength of the downtown area, which is already struggling. Main Street is lined with empty buildings that should be utilized. Further, there is land going both east and west of historic Main Street that are much more suitable for commercial offices, storefronts, and moderate to dense housing. Iowa String is lined with houses on its frontage. Sandwiching these homes between commercial, retail, and industrial buildings is not carefully considered planning. In studying communities that have successfully maintained a small-town agricultural feel through periods of growth and expansion, one line has stuck out to me. Communities who have done this well in a way that appeals to its residents and those moving there have done so with a primary guiding principle being develop to preserve. Growth is coming to Tremont, but let us be wise and careful in our planning so that growth is guided in a way that preserves what we love about living here. Our plea is that you do not sacrifice our community at the hands of short-sighted development. I have been repeatedly told by the city, we are not going to tell the developers what they can or cannot do on their own land. If I understand correctly, that is one of the reasons we have city planners and councils and committees, so that through thoughtful discussion and planning, strict guidelines and regulations can be created and enforced to tell developers what they can and cannot do. This ensures that when the dust settles, we still have a city we feel safe in, we love, and are proud of. I remind you of the first guiding principle in your land use plan, to preserve and enhance Tremont's agricultural character, peaceful lifestyle, and rural atmosphere using carefully considered zoning ordinances. Tremont is at a pivotal point in its history. We are seeing rural communities disappear all along the Wasatch Front. While we know growth and development is coming and our city is going to change, we are asking you and begging you to take careful consideration into the planning and zoning of all future development in our city so it is done in a way that protects the priorities of our community, which is maintaining a rural, agricultural, small-town atmosphere. This applies to the area south of the freeway and Iowa String, which is an ideal boundary to transition from higher density housing and commercial retail space to low density zoning that will preserve the rural feel we now enjoy. We all have a responsibility to develop to preserve.
I'm Jonathan Gardner once again. The part that I want to talk about is on the leader announcement. It said that this is to discuss the LB Land Holdings annexation or the Inland Port project. That was the part that I am not quite a big fan of, is that Inland Port. If this is really going to be an inland port, is that true that this is an Inland Port project that they're looking at?
The inland port is not part of this.
Okay. So as long as this is not an inland port that we're talking about.
We're not talking about the inland port here.
I'm Chris Barfus, and I have a couple concerns about this annexation. I'm over the Iowa String Drainage District, and we have a lot of drains in these fields, and we can't have housing or buildings put on them. They'll have to be moved or piped different, so that'd be a lot of cost. And then drains, talking about water runoff. We will not have them putting water in our drains, so they'll have to pipe it either to the Blad or to the Salt Creek. We have problems now with cities sending water down our main drain ditch down there, and it's filling it up down there, and it's flooding us out, so.
You're talking about the mill ditch?
Well, one going down just past Miller's, down that way, so, yes.
Underground drainage pipes as well that are in place now that
Yes.
you can't necessarily build homes and stuff over because that allows for all
The field drains you were
fields to be
talking.
drained,
Yeah, the field
otherwise
drains.
it becomes homes.
Yes.
I appreciate everybody, this is a hearing, and I appreciate, we don't need to have collapse and that kind of thing. I appreciate your concern and everything, and if you want to get up and talk, that's fine, but if you'd hold your applause, please.
Okay, my name is Christy Bocat, and I'm just a little bit confused here. I was sitting in a meeting not too long ago where the city planner did say that letters were sent to all of the people around this development, and they were all for it, more or less. I'm hearing a different thing from them. And I do like what they're saying because it is their livelihood that's going to change. There's some conflict going on here. I'm with them.
My name's Brody Calder. I am the developer, one of the developers of the properties that is petitioned for the annexation. I've met with Jeff multiple times, and we've met with a lot of the community members. We've sent out lots of meetings. We've met here, I think, 3 times now with community members to go over everything and to talk through everything. And so we've discussed in length, what's going on. We don't know what we're going to get in regards to zoning or anything like that, so no plans have been done there. So if there's any expectations, we don't know exactly what's going to happen yet. So that's just where we are in that regard. It is, our plans to look at building and growing to help out the community. We've had a lot of residents that have a lot of issues in that area that we can help out with, that are having septic issues and are having drainage issues with the sewer. It actually helps out the community members. That's why we've had such good support from a lot of the residents that have signed petitions to actually come in with the annexation. And so please keep that in mind when you're making your decision tonight. As well as, there are quite a bit of other commercial, not that this is potentially a commercial, but there are already commercial projects on Iowa String that are included in this annexation and also on the around 10,000. And so just keeping those in mind that, sometimes what's good for the goose isn't good for the gander. And so just want to keep those in mind when we're making decisions tonight.
I'm William Shipley. I grew up on this area of Iowa String, really just about 1.5 miles south of it. And the nature of the area, I think, should be considered with regard to traffic flow and general access to the region. So if you want to build, say, it's been floated several times, the idea of a strip mall or something along those lines, that's a very different type of traffic pattern and access compared to what kind of commercial operations you see in the area currently. So the most notable one that I can think of along that stretch is the concrete factory, which has very, very little traffic other than the actual operation of the business there. You have a couple of small farming related businesses, but when you're talking about building high density residential or commercial shopping center type constructions, you got to remember this is a 2-lane road coming out from the city, going under an overpass with really very limited throughput. And the closest way around it would be you have to go like further westward. There's a similar restricted access road coming by the cemetery. Or if you go further west, there's the frontage road that comes off the freeway, but neither of those are included in this. So my concern would be if this development does go through and it has a substantial increase to traffic flow, where's that traffic actually going to go? Because as it stands, just the construction of Procter & Gamble a couple of years ago, it dramatically increased the amount of freight traffic that went along that road. And the justification back then, I believe, was they were primarily going to go through Corinne, which I believe is what happens, primarily. But the increased traffic goes essentially in every direction from wherever you build something like that. And those types of impacts are difficult to measure from a city planning position. So I understand that, like, a lot of the time you've got some old farmers who are selling a lot of their old land because they want to retire. And I'm not blaming anyone for that. But then the people with the most liquid funds to buy it are people who want to take that land and turn it into something much higher value for a quick turnaround and a quick profit. And those people typically are not involved in the area for much time after that construction is done. They don't have to live with the aftermath of what happened. It's the people around them who do, and when you're at this boundary between city and county land, it's very easy for those decisions to end up being made by people who are not the people who are actually affected. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Thank you, William.
My name is Monty Ray Austin. And I taught school here all my life. I lived in Garland years ago, but I didn't want my children being raised on Factory Street because of some of the crime that was going on, so I moved down in the Third Ward so my children could play with Lyle Vance's family. When I was in the Army, the personnel officer asked me a question. He noticed that I was a returned missionary, and he said, "Austin, would you kill somebody?" And I said, "Yes. If they threatened my home, my family, yes, I would." I moved into the Third Ward to raise a family. And now they're talking about a strip mall and the high-end density housing in an area where we moved into to raise our families in peace and enjoy our farms and the community. How long do you think it's going to last if this comes along? Not only that, I went into a death camp called Dachau. And the people that were in there were people who opposed some of the tyranny that was going on. I don't compare this with that. It's very subtle what's going on here. People want to make some money. Well, the farmers want their farms, and families want their families. And this has been a nice community to do that in. Now, that's what I've got to say.
Thanks, Monty. You were one of my teachers.
One of mine. I think I caught that hand going one way or the other a couple times and deserved every one of them.
No, I did. He grew up with my dad and he said, "I can take you out. I know your dad won't even care." And
Mark's our age. Boy, Mark's our age.
My name's Jennifer Bjorn, and when you started talking about teachers, and forgive me if this has already been discussed, from what I had been told coming into the Tree Mountain City office, that we would not see annexation in my lifetime. Well, I'm not that old. I'm getting old, but I'm not that old, and here it is, knocking at our doorstep. I still have young kids, and right now, today, there is a problem in the schools. They're all over capacity, the teachers are stressed out, there's problems in the school district, and I can kind of stomach some higher end homes coming in. I like Mr. Austin, I like the rural, the farmer. I love the farmers around our community. I think, what happens to them? What happens to this land that they're farming? But in the school system, we have a problem, and there needs to be something done with high-density housing comes lots of people, and I'm sure that this has been discussed and brought up, but I will be at the point in sometime, probably the not-too-distant future, where I'm going to have grandchildren. So my kids might be growing up, but there's going to be grandchildren entering this system, and I don't feel like our schools can handle it today. And you add high-density housing, what are we gonna do? Where's the infrastructure? We're outgrowing the city faster than the city can handle it. So that's some of my concerns. Basically, my kids. I can survive whatever, but my kids in the future, and all my friends out here who are farmers, and this affects their livelihoods, so.
Thanks, Jennifer.
My name's Brett Payne, and just want to address everyone here, the council, about the annexation. And I think we all realize that, you know, cities and towns grow. I mean, that's just, Utah's growing, cities and towns are growing. But I think it's a responsibility as us as members of the community, you as city councilmen, to make that growth happen. You know, if it's a rural type community like this annexation is going into, I think it's your responsibility, and you can control how that is zoned. And if you control that zoning, low density type housing, then, you know, the majority of that rural type atmosphere will still be maintained. If you allowed high density housing, commercial strip malls to come in that area, that's going to affect that rural environment that we all love and that our city is about. So, you know, I think at this point, from my looking into it, it seems like you have out of the area wealthy landowners combined with developers wanting to build the most, you know, profitable type construction on that land. And like I said, I think it's up to the city council to say, we want to keep the rural environment. Let's zone this for low density housing, not commercial and high density housing.
My name's Heather Baker, and I'm not entirely sure if it's been mentioned or not mentioned. I'm new to this annexation stuff and how it works and how it doesn't work, but I live right in that area. I moved from mainstream downtown Roy to a peaceful place for my kids, for crime's sake, for safety's sake, and my kids and their school situation has flip-flopped. They're both excelling extremely, and I couldn't be happier with that. This place and everyone I've met in this place is peaceful, and they're very friendly. The farmers I live with and around are very generous and very friendly. They don't deserve this strip mall to be put right in their backyard or front yard, and I'm pretty wondering, I'm kind of curious what's going to happen, because we already, with the new development down the street, already have a lot of cars just coming down my street like there's no, speed limit. You ever heard of a speed limit? No. And litter and things like that happening. With a high density living in a strip mall, it takes 5 minutes to go to Main Street. And there's plenty of empty buildings and space. They could put more stores in there. I don't think we need it right in the middle of our farming community for safety's sake and our irrigation sake. Thank you.
Thanks, Heather.
My name's Jamie Crowther. I live on the Iowa String. I have about for 27 years, and I just have a couple questions of the process of how this works. So if I read the previous agenda right, this looks like it's the first public hearing regarding this potential annexation. Is that correct? And from what Kelly was saying, when the property is annexed, like you say, you don't have control necessarily of what the developer does with it after that
Well, we have
point.
zoning.
Zoning?
The zoning.
But I wonder, you know, the land's been purchased and he's asking for annexation. if you've had any sort of financing on the land, you would have had to tell the lender what you're doing with it. So to say, I don't know what we're gonna do yet with that, I don't believe that's necessarily true. Because I feel like, yeah, you would have an idea of what type of, what are you considering to do with the land? And I think, well, you gotta repay your debt if you have a loan on that. So I do think to say, oh, I'm not sure what we're gonna do, or not necessarily high-density housing has been included. I don't know if that's necessarily true, so I would ask as, when you're considering that, is that true? Do you really have the plans? What is the intention of the property? And to say, hey, I've met with people and they're all in favor of it. Well, where are they today? And who are those people and when were those meetings? Because I feel like if you're delivering good sewer is the one benefit of annexing this in, I feel like there should be other benefits then. And I'm for growth in the city, or in, this area, but that could also mean widening the road. That has an impact on the ones that live there. And so I guess just asking, you say, what are the intentions of the developer that are coming in here? Because I don't believe the fact that I don't know what I'm gonna do with it yet is really an answer. Like, I feel like there has to be plans already in place because there's money in place, right, to have purchased it, and you have to repay that debt. Well, the lender's gonna want to know, what are you doing? How are you gonna repay that? Which you would obviously have to have plans for. So I think to say, well, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with it, what are the plans? And if it is high density, and if it is strip mall, is there better use of that downtown? And where there are millions of empty buildings is what it feels like when you drive down there. Like acute Main Street with wanting to incentivize people to come bring their business there and have people walk on Main Street and bring it there instead of drive down a mile or two to do what? What are the intention of the multi-use property? So I guess goes from here? Like, what's next? Like, we deliver our comments, we deliver our input, is it just great? Those are good comments to hear, but we make our own decision based on, other, you're really doesn't take into consideration what you say. Like, what's next? What's the next step?
Can I comment on that?
Sure. Thank you.
The next step is if we decide that we want to move forward with annexation, not meaning we're doing it, but
Right.
just move forward with the process, goes to Planning Commission. And that's where we need you to come and talk to them and share these exact same concerns. They're the ones that are going to set the ordinances and the code and everything that's going to happen in that area. And so we don't know what's going to happen because that code has not been set yet. And it can't be set until it's annexed. So
So is
there's
that
no
a public-
decisions that have been, absolutely.
And how's
absolutely.
notification happen? Like just Facebook, or is it,
Well,
like what's the notification
I don't
process?
have the answer to that.
Gotta be on a website, isn't it?
Yeah.
City's website.
I think more people want to participate and be involved if they're aware of what's going on.
And we'd love to have you involved in this.
Right.
We really would.
But is Facebook the place we should be looking? Is Tremont City? Is letter, like where's the notification to the
I would,
public?
I would watch for the city website and,
Cynthia's showing you how to go to the TremontCity.gov and then
Planning Commission. And that's once you've approved an annexation, then they would go to Planning Commission to determine what's.
And remember, it's not approved the annexation, it's just the thought of moving forward with
Oh, okay.
annexation. Okay, there's a lot of processes involved here.
Because I noticed this is the only public hearing on this
For now.
date.
For now, but in Planning Commission, please come, everyone come and talk to them.
So is that the next step after this meeting?
yeah.
Is the Planning
Well,
Commission?
yeah.
Oh, yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
okay, reset.
Okay, my name is Bonnie Ellis, and I have been to a lot of meetings about this since last April. But my concern is the meetings that we have been in, because we're in Fremont, whatever that's called, Fremont Estates. We're right in that subdivision. I have been told many things that keep changing. For instance, I was told 3 times in those meetings that a problem I had would be taken care of it, that the planner would pay for it needing done. In the very last meeting we had with the planner there, and there are many people that have been in those meetings and heard that, he said, no, I probably will not be paying for that. Now, I just heard a minute ago, I'm trying to just be quiet and let the people that haven't been to these meetings speak, but what I just heard Brody say a minute ago, if I understood him right, The last meeting we had, we said no strip malls, no businesses down that road. And he said that he was only doing housing. Now, I thought I just heard a minute ago, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I thought he said there was industry going down there. Another concern I have is our homes are 30 feet off of Iowa String. There isn't room to widen that road without coming right up to our doorsteps. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bonnie.
Well, thanks for letting us share our feelings. Chad Christensen. I live there on 9600 North, just close to 6000 West. Saturday, I saw my fourth accident there in the last probably year and a half. The density of the people around is making it a lot more dangerous. I don't think we have the capacity, our roads have the capacity to have high-density housing or shopping malls or too many people. I think we're all okay, all right, okay, with some housing, some nice homes over there. But I think if we start putting high-density houses, that's the wrong spot for it. I'm also a farmer, and like Chris says, our drains will all be affected by when you start digging things up and moving things. The roads ain't wide enough. We can't have that many more people. Not unless we want to put a ton of money into that. And I don't think Tremont, from the price of your guys' internet bill, I just saw the raise of, I don't know if we'll have the money for that, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chad.
My name's Phil Crowther. Like Chad, I appreciate the process and the opportunity we get to come express our feelings and I guess at this time I'd like to say, like Monty, I built on my grandfather's farm, Carmi Campbell's farm. It's been 26 years now. I raised my family there. My son graduates from high school here in a minute. We have been on septic for 26 years. My grandparents have been on septic their entire lives. We haven't had any trouble with the septic. But like has been mentioned, there is a lot of tile drains that flow through that's 200 acres you're talking about. And it's been a wonderful place to raise a family. It's been a wonderful place to raise livestock. And we, here a while ago, we had we had similar issues like this with the power line coming through. And, that kind of took away some of the view of the beautiful mountains. And what I really am concerned about, especially for Kelly and Courtney, is taking away that beautiful view of the mountains that they have for people's special day, weddings or what have you. That's really a treasure in our community to have that wedding barn there, and people come from not just from our county but from all over to because it is so beautiful and the views are so pretty, and I guess one of the concerns I have is something similar to what's behind IFA and kind of just making an eyesore of what that beautiful farm country is out there, and like I say, I appreciate the opportunity we have to express our concerns, and thank you.
Thanks, Phil.
My name is Jamie Poppleton. Been here for 4 years, talking about lots of things that are going on in the community. Hearing people come tonight to discuss their concerns with what is going on The issue I have is there is not a one-click method. People are interested, they want to come, they want to be heard. They want to be able to follow the processes. It's difficult to go to Tremont's website, click on the department you need to go on, find the right packet. If this is such an important community decision where people have taken their time out, please put it on a big block right on the page, when the meetings are, when they can attend, and what the next step is. Because for the last few years, we have annexed and sprawled, and I think it's to the point to where people can't find what they need to attend. People can't find to come. Some meetings are in the mornings, some are at 5 o'clock, some are other days. If you could do that, I think the people would greatly appreciate that. So we have enough notice, not just 3 days, when the next meeting is going to take place concerning all of these large annexations. Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie.
Hey, my name is Lacey Barfus. I live on Iowa String. And I think I can say ditto to pretty much every single thing that has been said here tonight. And I think I can speak for almost everyone sitting behind me as well. I think that's where your clapping was coming from without getting up here and sounding repetitive. Another issue, and I think the only thing that I haven't heard mentioned was that the traffic is already so busy on Iowa String as it is. And I have a 9 and 11-year-old. I've watched get on the bus and seen semis blow right past the red lights as they were stopped. And if you start turning this into a commercial hub with high-density housing and all of those things and people trying to get to work and all the new semis coming in, I think that that's going to create a huge issue. And like they've already mentioned, widening the road is not necessarily an option. And I lose my thoughts as I get up here, but I think I can stand behind everyone that spoke tonight. So put me down for ditto on them.
All right. Thank you. All right. Okay, there we go. I thought.
One more.
One more.
My name is Russell Thornley. I live just a little bit off of Iowa String, but I have a few concerns, and I kind of want to make a couple notes of it too, especially as I hear concerns. Because I think we all want that small town feel, but we complain about our school children's conditions, the cost of housing. We complain about having to leave Tremont to find food and entertainment, and even public services keeping up. So I think the biggest concern too is I think the community wants assurances that growth happens in a balanced way, that services are always keeping up with it, and it's not just a hasty, hey, build as fast as you can, because I mean that's all I hear from everyone around me as I've lived in Tremont as long as I have is, God, is it going to be Ogden before you know it, and so I think that's a concern. But I mean we also got to understand that, I mean, as we have children, we need places for them to live and grow and have and work, and so there needs to be a balanced approach in that. And I think my biggest concern though is is the housing market having a part of this, so that we're being careful of the boom bust cycle. Because I mean, I'll say when I bought my first house, I bought it the lowest interest rates, and I got to ride out the benefit of that. But I worry that if growth happens, especially high density housing, what happens if there's a bust? Is that a consideration of is growth happening so quickly that overnight people are defaulting? And I mean, we look like Detroit. I know that's like an extreme example, but that's just a concern I would make at that point on, I guess. I mean, and then the other concern is that I like the comments behind me is if growth's the idea, especially with anything that's not, single dwelling or small, if it's high density housing and commercial, why aren't we considering east to west first? And maybe we have, and I'm ignorant to that, if that's not the option. But it seems like it makes more sense than to funnel everything down on 1000 West, especially without a freeway off-ramp. I mean, that's a huge concern. I've always thought if there was a freeway off-ramp, I'd probably sell on a heartbeat, because that's going to overnight just dramatically change the traffic coming through Tremont. So that's a big concern I have too, and I would just ask those honest questions, I guess, is this the best way to do it? And can we do it in a balanced way that brings in housing for our children and our children's children, but doesn't make us look like Detroit overnight, I guess. Thanks.
Thanks, Russell. Okay, let's take this one, and then I think if we're,
I'm Chad Bjorn. You wouldn't let me applaud the people that made comments, so I wanted you to make sure that you know that I agree with everything that has been said here, especially that the schools are too big, except for one thing.
okay,
I think this gentleman right here said that he had talked to all the neighbors and everybody in that area was just all in favor for it. Well, I'm in that area and I'm not in favor for it. And everybody else that I've heard talk here doesn't seem to be in favor of it. So I'm wondering where
hey,
we're at.
sir, you're addressing us, not the audience.
Please,
You're addressing us.
please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Absolutely, yep. No, yeah.
More for the people that are digital. It's broadcast, so that way the mic picks you up for the people that are watching.
My name is Michael Allen. I live in the Freeman Estates. We purchased the land and then we built there. It's been 4 years since we built there. Last April, the Freeman Estates was notified by Jeff to start having meetings in regards to the annexation. Now, the annexation that we originally met with is much, much smaller than what people are perceiving here in this room. It's not that big. It doesn't go all the way south on Iowa String. It doesn't go on the west side of Iowa String except a small strip that J. Argyle put on the annexation. It goes behind us where there is already some property purchased and annexed by the city. And then it goes about a mile south of us on Iowa String, on the east side of the road. Now, excuse me, we had a series of meetings about every other month. And it was interesting because the first meetings, there were 5 of us there that were showing an interest. The second meeting, there was more that were specifically involved in that annexation. And I hope they show a map of where it is, because it doesn't go that far south from where we are. This is, the Mennonite school is right in here. The Freeman Estates is up here at the top. My house is right here. This is the area that J. Argyle has. This area in here is what the annexation is going to be. It doesn't go all the way south where everybody is talking, and it doesn't go west where everybody's talking. West is this way. We had a series of meetings. We were involved in them. Interesting, every meeting that we had, more people showed up because we had received letters from the city explaining to us that parcel of annexation. Nothing south or west of that. I'm not 100% sold on the annexation myself. I've spent thousands and thousands of dollars beautifying my yard that'll have to be torn up to hook into a sewer. According to the paper we have in the pre-agreement, Brody said he would put it all back together, that he would pay for the impact fees, but he also said there would be no commercial zoning in it. It's not fair to him to have to pay the impact fees. It's not fair to us to have to pay the impact fees because our houses are established homes less than 4 years old. And we did talk about it was approached to do the annexation when we were building the homes, but it was not approved or accepted at that time. So it's an aftermath. Thank you, but I think we needed to understand where the annexation was and that it wasn't taking up as big of an area, at least right now. I hate to throw that in, but for right now, it's not that large of an area.
Okay, thank you, Michael.
I need to make a comment.
Okay.
Just
Please.
to add to Mike Allen's comment, I mean, I'm looking at the application for annexation, and it states right here, I don't know where we've been talking about multi-housing and retail. I don't know where that's come from. In this agreement, it says right here that the parcel, if it gets annexed and if we go through with it, they plan on making it a zoned RM8. That's exactly what everybody's been asking for. I don't know where multi-housing,
City planner and the city manager, that the city planner told me he envisions what's in front of IFA, strip malls and apartments. The city manager told me it's a possibility of office buildings and more moderate, high-density housing. So that's where that came from.
I see. Okay.
And I also am in the annexation, and I've never received a letter about any meetings. Ever.
There was a thing that had
I got one letter.
petition, so I don't know where that, it was just that new subdivision.
But we are in the annexation parcel, and I never received one invite to any.
I mean, I seen that document. I
I do
don't know
think
where
the
it is.
communication is a challenge, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
I shouldn't have commented. This is what happened, so.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just
So-
wanted to explain that.
If you have a comment, come up so they can
record it.
record it. Otherwise, they can't hear what you're saying.
I'll just make a comment that there's no commercial, straight up.
What's that?
No commercial.
He said no, Brody said there's no commercial.
So depending on where.
I'm Meta Crony. I guess I'm one of the old timers in the area. We were definitely in the country. I don't know what the comment was, that there is so much commercial investment out there. The cement plant has been there for a long time. There's Hughie's Trucking down the road. There's my daughter's barn, which is a gathering place. It is not a commercial 24-hour business. And down a block south of our place, the Mennonites have in their yard, what do you call it, a butcher shop. That is the only thing I know of that is out there. But the biggest concern I have is when Lazy Boy came into the valley, they wanted the land that is around the Crowther place to put Lazy Boy. And I was in the city meeting when the concern is that there was not adequate pumping to do sewer and water north of the freeway. And at the end of that discussion, it was said that there would not be any development south of there until a pumping station was put in south of the freeway. So my concern is, all of you, we had a business out on West Main Street that heavily flooded, but we were lucky. A lot of people came in and helped us with big pumps and pumped it across the road, and it went straight south, and a lot of these people and their farms were devastated by the water that was pumped from Tremont south. Freeman Farms' biggest problem, I understand, is because they were on sewer things that they don't have adequate pumpage. And that's why they wanted to join, what I understand, the people that did, in order to have sewer systems that worked, they had to join the city and be annexed into it to do it. So I don't understand why we're even talking about building more. There is no pumping station in place south of the freeway. And it seems like we're putting the cart before the horse by allowing further development down there until a pumping station and those issues are taken care of. And I don't think when I was in that city council meeting then, they said, well, let's go ahead and build, and then someday we'll build a pumping station. The pumping station was supposed to be done first,
And that is part of the plan, a pumping
but
station.
it's a plan.
Well, yeah.
But what
it's part
about
of the plan.
building?
Well,
And if these homes go in, no matter what size lot they are, the sewer systems are not going to work if water is flowing from Tremont and south.
okay, thank you. Thank you, Andy. Okay, I'll call the public hearing, I'll close the public hearing. We want to,
Can I make a comment now that you
Yeah.
said that?
yeah,
I just want to say, what a neat community. It's been fun it looks like y'all support each other and it looks really cool. This was neat. And the other thing I want to compliment you on is thank you for being civil and thank you for talking to us with respect and we hope we return that to you. But thank you. This was a good evening to listen to comments. Thank you.
and I appreciate that. I appreciate your being the candidness and I feel like there's lots of questions that need to be resolved. I feel like we can do that. But by having you come in and share those concerns with us, I've tried to take notes and on each and every one of you. We will certainly address those concerns and comments and try to make this something that'll work for everybody. We don't want to overwhelm. Hopefully, we don't want to overwhelm, the area. And when talking about high density, that's kind of the first I heard of any of that. So I wasn't aware of those kind of discussions. So we'll take all of these into consideration, and I want to second what Brett said. We appreciate your civilness, and we appreciate your concern and comments, and we'll kind of move forward. Council, we have new council business. Discussion and possible action on accepting the Weston Bennett annexation petition for further consideration under Utah State annexation law. The annexation petition consists of 11.48 acres of real property located along 9600 North between 7180 West and 7280 West. Let's see, Jeff, who can address this for us? Jeff?
He's coming in.
Jeff, we're talking about the Weston Bennett annexation.
I see we ran out of chairs. This annexation is west, a significant enough amount of distance to not have it be connected with the LB Land Holdings annexation. They're looking at just doing a couple houses, so because of the two houses, they exceeded the county's guidances on the annexation code, so they had to come through the city council. So this is one due to the small nature and the small builds that I would recommend denying this annexation because of its small scale and impact.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions for Jeff?
Could you go over?
We
to the
understand
Earth
where-
view, Cynthia? Could you put on Earth view?
West of the Iowa String on 96, right?
Yeah, so just above where it says Double Barrel Designs is the Third Ward Church. So then this is west about half a mile, and with the grade and slope.
Iowa String.
No, it's west down 9600.
Not towards Rupp.
Down past the
West of Iowa
Mennonite
String, sorry.
place, right?
No, even further past that.
Yeah,
You know
so
where the church house is
yeah, so
out?
it's
You keep going
The
west.
Third Ward Church.
Right.
So, and because of the natural grade towards Salt Creek from there, I think even the improvements would kind of be below the anticipated lift station that comes with Brody's development.
Do you have any other questions for Jeff?
Can I make a motion on that one?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd like to make a motion that we
are on
11A.
11A.
0.248 acres.
that we deny that
Western
Western
Bennett.
Bennett petitioned for annexation.
I second.
Okay, motion by Brett and seconded by Lyle Vance. Let's see, Wes, we'll start on your side this.
West Eye.
Brett, aye.
Lyle Vance, aye.
Blair, aye.
Bo, aye.
Okay, motion to deny the annexation for the Weston Bennett annexation passes, so we're denying this annexation. Thank you, everybody. Discussion and possible action on adopting ordinance number 25-07, annexing 211.34 acres of real property referred to as the LB Land Holdings annexation into Tremonton City's incorporated limits. The 211.34 acres of real property is located in Box Elder County along 6800 West from 10,200 North to 9,600 North. Council, I think we could use some discussion on this.
What's the difference between B
why don't
and
we-
D?
What's that?
What's the difference between B and D?
B and D? One's incorporating it, and one is the annexation, and then we have to change our bylaws, or our, is it the bylaws?
But it's the same property.
It's the same property, but we're two different steps. Jeff?
So if I can, I think we need to make it very clear that, why don't you explain to everyone how the annexation map went, and Tremont can only go to 9,600, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and nothing south of there.
No, not currently planned.
Yeah. And so, we've had some people concerned about like your barn and things out there. Those aren't
they're in
even
it.
part of this, and I don't
they're
think
in
they
it.
can be right now.
Not based on our current annexation policy.
I think it's important to point out too that this property is zoned something per the county's ordinances right now. And that development can take place on this property through the county, just like many of these people's properties have already developed through the county's processes. There is nothing guaranteeing that these properties will remain farms forever. And it's a part of the nature of development and land ownership is that other people have property rights and may exercise those property rights according to the laws that are in place. The annexation that's being in front of us allows the city to have jurisdiction over what goes on the property with both regard to zoning as well as drainage, and other infrastructure. All of the questions that have been brought up normally would have to be addressed at the county level. If it's annexed into the city, then the city takes jurisdiction both legally as well as all the other reasons and all the other ways for this property. So that's what the developer and the property owners want, is to annex into the city, to be subject to those jurisdictions and requirements and regulations through the city, understanding that there's some negotiation that needs to take place there as well. All of those things will take place through a development agreement, which will require an additional public hearing and resolution. A zoning change to the property, it gets annexed in at a certain zone and then would then be subject to a zone change if that was desirable. And again, those are regulations and restrictions that the city would put on the property. And all of these questions about zoning, about traffic, about sewer, about drainage, all of those things would then be regulated by the city. So if we have an interest in that, then we ought to think about considering annexation. If we think that it's better left in the county for development through the county, like this 11 acres that we just discussed and denied, then we ought to think about that as well. But that's the question before us, not what the zoning is and not the other concerns. Those are valid concerns, but now is not the time that we necessarily are prepared to address those.
It seems to me that what we're discussing tonight is if we want to move forward with looking at annexation and then bringing that to the planning commission, talking about zoning, talking about the future uses of that property. And it's still going to come back to us for more approvals. And anywhere along that road, we can say no.
Well, and not only that, but if the zoning were put in place right now, but the questions regarding drainage or traffic or other safety kinds of concerns cannot be addressed by the developer in an appropriate way, then the answer is no. You may not develop to that whatever level that causes the concern. So if, for example, the drainage were not sufficiently able to be addressed by the developer through whatever means, on-site detention or retention or whatever, if it can't be done, then the developer has to find a way to either make that happen or reduce the impact such that it can stay within the requirements of the city. Again, the question before us tonight is, does the city want to take over the regulation and jurisdiction over this property? And that's the annexation question right now.
A lot of those issues, a lot of the things that were discussed could be addressed through the development agreement, through the zoning process. And if I understood you right, then those issues with drainage and traffic and all of those other things would all be addressed through the zoning and through the development agreement
The regular processes that
and the
city has.
regulatory process.
And to verify, as of today, without accepting this, we have no jurisdiction to have an input or opinion on that.
That's exactly right.
I want to make it clear that we haven't sat up here and looked at that ground and said, hey, we want to annex that. Somebody came to us. So we're inheriting,
We're reactive.
everybody wants to beat us up, and then we're just trying to decide if it's the right thing. We didn't decide we wanted to annex it. The health department came to us. There's problems with subdivisions in the county that's too dense for septic tanks. And I think they got problems in that one subdivision, or potential. So that's kind of where we're at. We still are all right there too. You don't want a raw sewage running down the Iowa String either, so.
And I need to make a comment
Yeah,
too. You know,
please.
all of you know, I mean, I grew up out there. This is home. Part of this annexation is part of my dad's farm. And this is really, really tough because if this is not annexed, you need to understand that the developer still owns the land and he's still going to go to the county and still proceed with the development. This way, at least we can control and zone and that type of stuff through communication and that type of stuff and try to do what everybody wants here is what's happening. But if we just say, we don't want to do this annexation, we don't want to, wash our hands of it, then the county's going to do whatever they do. And you can watch and see what the county has been doing. So I think it's safer personally that we consider annexing it so we can control the sewer, we can control all that needs to be looked at, the traffic flow. I mean, I've watched subdivisions come in and there is quite a process that happens when you do that. I mean, the traffic count, all that stuff is looked at. And ingresses and coming in and out of different situations, it's all assessed and looked at and monitored. But if we don't annex it, then the county just does what they want to do. And I wouldn't want that. If I
Well,
lived
we
out
experienced that with some of them down in that area where they it was not annexed into the city, and now we're dealing with septic issues and all health issues and that kind of thing. So, yeah. Any other comments?
The county can't provide sewer. They don't have the capabilities. So that's the biggest thing that would be a plus.
Yeah.
not supposed to speak out of hand. I just want to say, I think a lot of us aren't necessarily opposed to the annexation. It's what happens on the land that's annexed.
That's the zoning issues that we need to address, and that's not what we're talking about here tonight. Although those comments that have been made have been duly,
Give context. Yep.
we've noted those comments, and I think those are really important. But really, that's not on the table tonight. It's just the annexation.
And I would feel the exact same way you do. Okay, so, yeah, and so please come to the planning commission, let's talk with them. Let them know your feelings. And I really think that this may be the long-term plan. We'll see what happens, but.
The drainage, with the systems and that type of stuff, when I was contacted when this first came up. And to my shock, I didn't think we'd ever see Tremont down to Third Ward Church House. I mean, it's just blowing my mind. I was contacted, Ben Hunsaker called me up right off the bat about the drainage and that type of stuff. And when I grew up, I was out there with Dad and Grandpa putting the drainage tile in the ground. I understand the importance of those drainage tile systems. So I've been told that part of the development process is making sure that, that is reconstrued and re-put in so that it continues to drain.
Again, you're absolutely right. And if that cannot be resolved, the developer may not proceed with the subdivision process. That's binary. Either you do it or you can do it, or you can't do it and then you just don't get, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the only thing I feel bad about is that we can't get Dennis Christensen in our city.
Any of you guys considered the groundwater level out that way?
Yes.
You know where it's at now?
That's part of the reason why we feel like,
In another month, that water level will raise 2 feet.
And that's the issue with,
Development you do out that way, it ain't gonna drain.
okay, thank you. Thank you for that comment. Okay. Council, we have a ordinance on the books, right? Or we need to make a decision on. If we haven't,
Can I ask one more question? So as far as the annexation processes go, there's this and what's next?
Go to the planning commission to discuss zoning and then come back.
And then it comes back for another ordinance, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and is that the final one after the planning commission?
No, because then we would entertain a development agreement, and that may come in connection with the zoning, or it may be a condition of approval for the zoning. I don't love conditions of approval on a legislative decision, but in this case, because it involves an additional legislative condition, we may have 2 bites of that particular apple. It may be that, and I'm going to push for this, to get the development agreement all lined out before it gets to you for zoning, because that's kind of our leverage to get the developer to give us what we anticipate out of that development agreement, is to hold the zoning up. That's a legislative decision, and it's subject to a very low threshold of review. So there's a lot of discretion given to the council to make decisions on whether or not a property should be zoned something or the other. That's where the development agreement comes in, and that's where your leverage comes in with regards to the development agreement. So we're going to push for that probably.
Can I ask a quick question? So is it a preliminary approval you give, like for an annexation, then you take it to planning, you make those decisions, and then you do a final? Is that how I understand it?
A good question. And the annexation would happen right now with both the resolution and the ordinance that's taking place. So that then it becomes part of the city. And then the developer would want to change the zone to an appropriate zoning, and there would be a development agreement associated with that. So that is a further legislative decision once the property is in the city limits and the city has jurisdiction over what goes on the property.
and that would be those would all be public meetings where you would come in and be
Similar
able
public
to
hearings
put
and-
your, that's where all this we talked about really becomes more applicable.
And can I add a quick note too, that in October or November, I believe we actually hired a group on social media. I think you've seen videos. We're really trying to be more communicative as a city council to get messages out on Facebook. And so that's something that we're trying to do better at. I think there's been a lot of maybe misunderstandings that have come to light tonight about the process. And I'm the first one to say last October I knew nothing about this stuff, so we'll do our best to communicate when the meetings are going to be, what the process is like and all of that. So we'll just, if you have misunderstandings or questions about the process, let us know and we can engage in getting some videos and things done and get those out so that there's just communication back.
Let me make a suggestion, if we could. We've got some of those A-frame signs. Maybe we ought to just print some big ones, and maybe we can set down the road where you guys are all passing by, and then and announce when the meeting. Would that help? Okay. We'll probably need to come talk to one of you and ask if we can put it on your property, but would that be okay?
That and our one video on Facebook had 21,000 views, so I know that got out.
We'll try to get something there so you know when the meetings are, okay?
We can get with Zach. Zach has those A-frames.
Yeah.
And he's got the printer and everything that can call that up, so.
If we can
idea.
say anything about the attendance tonight, though, it is that the word is getting out, and through whatever means, I'm grateful for it, because it's awesome to see everyone out. Thank you.
These are good concerns.
Planning commission meetings in the mornings?
No, they're
They're in the evening.
Tuesdays at 5:30.
Every Tuesday.
Every other Tuesday.
You need to, just kind of watch. We'll have to, again, probably be those signs and different things like that to make you aware of what's going on.
Usually city council's one Tuesday, then planning commission's the next Tuesday. That's the way it usually gets scheduled.
I know that, I was just making sure others were aware that that's.
Do you know when your next one is, Jeff? The 13th of May, 5:30. Is that when we'll be talking about this?
Probably.
Okay. 13th of May at 5:30.
Is there any more discussion, council?
Is there a date for the planning and zoning meeting yet?
Yeah,
May
13th of May
13th.
at 5:30.
It may not be ready for that day. We'll keep you posted.
Council, we have a ordinance on the table right now.
We're all scared.
Okay. I want to emphasize once again that this is only the annexation that gives the city a little more control over what can happen on this property. So, but it is only the annexation, right? Not any of the zoning or development agreements or anything else like that. That's all, that is all yet to come.
If those agreements, once this annexation might occur, could the city then later abort that if there's not a joint resolution with the builders? Or
They would be required to follow whatever the zoning and whatever the, that's where your involvement really is going to be important.
The development agreement actually holds a contractual obligation that trumps any other laws that may be applicable to the property. So we need to be very careful about how we do that and make sure that everything that we need and want to be addressed on the property is addressed in that agreement. It gives us a lot of leverage and a lot of power, but it also gives the developer a lot of leverage and power as well. So it's a negotiated thing, and it's subject to review. And if the developer is in default, it becomes null and void. So.
In the spirit of caring deeply about you guys and being able to influence the concerns that you had last night, where if it stays in county and we don't accept this annexation, people that do know and care deeply about that area and you, I wouldn't be able to influence that. I motion that we adopt ordinance 2507 annexing the 211 acres of real property.
All right, we have a motion to adopt ordinance 25-07.
I second.
Did you second it? And a motion by Bo Lewis and a second by Blair Westergaard. Brett, you're up.
Yeah, and I'm on I'm here on Planning Commission, so I'm looking forward to seeing all of you, okay? So, but with that in mind, Brett, yes.
And I've got to vote yes because I think it's better for everybody if we can control rather than just let the county do what they want to do with it. So I vote yes.
Larry, yes.
Bo, yes.
Wes, yes.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you, everybody. And thanks to all of you for your comments and your concerns. All right, we'll go on to the next item, item number C. Discussion and possible action on adopting resolution number 25-15, approving the Brody Calder pre-annexation agreement for parcel 05-199-001. So explain to us the difference between what we just did and what we're doing.
Yeah, so as part of the discussions that I had with those that attended the meetings through the last year or so, we came up with some of the requirements in this pre-annexation agreement is a way to start that contractual obligation between the developer and the city for what's going to be done. And so Brody and Bill and I, and working with the residents that were able to come, kind of put this agreement together to start that. A lot of these will, not a lot, all of these will be further outlined in the development agreement that comes. So for example, like one talks about the public utilities that they'll put in and connecting them to where they have availability. 2 is looping the pressurized systems. 3 is agreeing to put in a lift station as approved by the city engineer. 4 will be dedicating frontage along roads so that to meet the right-of-way requirements with the with the transportation master plan. What number did I get to? Oh, 5. One agreement that we had with this was because 10,000 North is is a smaller road, and Brody is going to end up having about half of the frontage. We wanted to make an agreement where he will end up doing all of the roadway improvements along that, so curb, gutter, sidewalk, just because the rest of that frontage is already owned and so we're going to work with him, and that'll be vetted out on the development agreement, how that works.
Is that the road next to the cement plant?
Yeah, and so we'll work with the cement plant and the existing owners to make sure we've got proper driveway approaches, but because the rest of that is owned by private companies, we were just going to work with Brody and getting that full roadway section built in instead of 2 halves, in detached halves as well. Next was to coordinate with existing residents within the annexation boundary for their utility connections as they come through. So that'll be the hookups with city water, culinary water, secondary water, the sewer, and he'll work with the residents on the impact of those changes of being part of the annexation. And then 8, but this one will, like I said, we put in the caveat that it has to be approved by the council, but we just wanted to put in again what he was requesting for the zoning of RM8.
And
Can you
RM8,
explain what RM8
Yeah, I was going
means?
to say the
So
same.
RM8 is permits residential, multifamily residential at 8 units an acre. And so, but that has to be approved by the city council through the zoning process.
So these guys are saying, or catching that, can you put,
What
4
is that?
duplexes on 1 acre?
Yes, that's what that, so yeah, you'd do 4 duplexes per 1 acre, which would be that density.
That is extremely high-density housing for the area.
that's put in here, but it's not decided yet.
It says RMA, which is
Right.
the second highest density zoning that the city has.
Shall be zoned.
That's what it says.
As approved by the city council. So that way, as we go through the planning commission or as we go through the planning commission and the property, we'll work on reviewing that. Like, it still has to be vetted and approved by U5 here in about a month or so.
And the planning commission.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
Still needs to be approved by everybody, so they can always.
To be later decided.
You take it out?
What zoning is the subdivision that's already there, the
Greenman Farms.
whatever?
I mean, it'd be less, I mean, they're about 1.5 acre lots, so they're less than 1 unit per acre.
They're big lots though, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a motion that we adopt resolution number 25-15, which is this agreement, if we take out number 8. Because there's too many questions going on here. We need to take that out of the agreement at this point. So everybody feels comfortable that we're gonna be assessing.
That zoning can be addressed perhaps at a, as you're going through the process here.
That's okay.
I just think at this point,
I second that motion.
I agree with Lyle here. I think that we need to
Good call.
maybe pull that one off pull them off for right now and then address that.
So we're suggesting we're approving everything but number 8.
I'll second it.
I second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We have a motion by Councilmember Vance and a second by Councilmember Rhodey. Let's see, Lyle, you're up.
Lyle Vance, aye.
Blair, aye.
Bo, aye.
West side.
Brett, aye.
Okay, motion passes with the exception of item number 8. All right, discussion and possible action on adopting resolution number 25-16, amending the Tremont City Articles of Incorporation to include 211.34 acres of real property referred to the LB Land Holdings annexation into Tremont City Incorporated limits, the 211.34 acres of real property is located in Box Elder County along 6800 west from 10200 north to 9600 north. And so this just changes the
City's articles.
city's articles of incorporation on this one. Council?
To include this property.
Correct.
Yeah, to include this property.
I'll make a motion, we adopt resolution 25-16.
Motion by Wes. Do I have a second?
I second.
Seconded by Blair Westergaard. Let's see, Blair, you're up.
Blair, aye.
Bo, aye.
West side.
Brett, aye.
Lyle, aye.
All right, motion passes. Item number E is going to be postponed until next week. Consent agenda. Are there any questions about the consent agenda? We can vote for the two items, the warrant register and the financial
I
statements.
motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Motion by Bo,
Second it.
seconded by Wes. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Okay, calendar items. Calendar items for, where are we at this? We've got, okay, this might be something that might be of interest to the public. Mike Leaves staff will be at the city offices on
Tomorrow.
tomorrow, 10:30 to 11:30 a.m. If you have questions for Senator Lee, this would be a good time to come and express those concerns. The city cleanup is on May 2nd and 3rd. It'll be at the Public Works Department, and you need to be a resident of Tremont City. in
Bring
order to-
proof of residency, Mayor.
driver's license or something like that, okay? Council meeting on the 6th, we're going to, holy cats, we've got more budget coming up on the 6th, and we need to do approve the preliminary budget then. Senior Center Mother's Day Tea on the 9th and the 8th or the 12th, the Senior Center field trip to a gardening center. Farmers Market will be on the 2nd and 4th Fridays at Schuman Park, 4 to 8 p.m. All
I
right.
would add to the AP, the Utah chapter of the APA, of the American Planning Association, is having their spring conference in Logan. Is it the 7th through the 9th? They released the agenda and it has some very interesting topics to it. So
Okay.
we've offered the planning commission to go over and to attend. I will be there. Bill will be sailing his sorrows away. So anyway, if anyone's interested too, we can still get some late registrations.
Okay, very good. Council, is there any unfinished business that we need to address?
Council or department?
This is just unfinished business, action items. And then we have administrative, city administration reports. Bill, do you have anything to add more than what we've talked about tonight?
Just I'm going to be out of town starting tomorrow through May 12th. I will be thinking of you, but
I'm
probably
sure you will.
not responding.
I am sure you will.
Not responding to phone calls or emails.
Well, it'll be well-deserved vacation.
But I will be with you in spirit. I've never been to Alaska before, so I'm really looking forward to it. It's one of those bucket list items, so grateful we got a good deal on a fun cruise. So
Great. All right, let's see.
You're missing next,
Let's see.
Tremont City Council.
Zach, do you have any comments for us?
it's a wrench.
No. Okay.
Get over.
Excuse me. Just a few things I wanted to mention, council, was, I think I may have mentioned it before, but, Tremont City won the Best of State Award for Public Art again. We won from 2016 to 2019 for our public art. We missed 1 year, and then 21 through 25, we've won Best of State as well. And this is statewide that we get notarized and recognized for that. Our youth volleyball program is up and running right now. We have 70 participants total. We're out at the fairgrounds. Wish we could do more. We have quite a few on the wait list, but our youth soccer program is over 650 people as well with that. We are on capacity there as well. Adult soccer is up and running again as well for the adult programs. We have 6 teams. We haven't played the last 2 years due to wet springs, but this year's a drier spring. We're able to bring back our adult programs. Also, we had our youth girls soccer or softball tournament over the weekend. So if you saw an influx of softball jerseys, it would have been our tournament. We had 22 teams come from all across the state.
Mayor, you want to ask people to have conversations outside?
Pardon me, if you've got conversations out in the foyer, I wonder if you can hold your voices down so we can continue our meeting in here.
And if you're in here, take them out.
And if you have comments in here that you want to talk, you can step outside.
Thank you. So, of our 22 teams, only one team of those 22 teams were actually from in-county, and it was a local team here, the Sliders, that actually won the tournament. We had teams from Nephi, from Spanish Fork. We had 5 or 6 that were from South Jordan, a handful from Cache Valley. When I worked in St. George, running the softball program in St. George, St. George hosts large tournaments, and the St. George Area Sports and Events Commission had a formula of how to recognize how much impact one of these events hosts. So if we're talking 22 teams, 12 players on a team plus 2 coaches, so 14 people from each team, we come out to 308 participants were on our fields over the weekend. They also had how many spectators. They averaged that every participant brings 3.1 spectators, so family, parents, siblings, kids, everything, which 308 times 3.1 is 955 people that we brought to town with this tournament.
Then they go on and say they average about every person is $25 spending in food per day, and it's a 2-day tournament. We don't count the breakfast coming up, but we estimate we brought in $47,750 in food sales within the community over the 2 days. And then with 8 teams that are further, more than an hour away, at an average hotel cost of one night stay is $117. We brought in $11,700 in hotel stays as well, and so that's bringing us up to plus the $12,000 that it cost that we got for hosting the tournament. We brought in over $70,000, closer to $75,000 into the community for hosting these tournaments. So I just wanted to end with that, with what happened this past weekend. So if you did see the girls around Subway, Kent's, within our buildings, that's what they were doing. And we host 2 of these youth tournaments a year. We hold an adult tournament in the spring, but we're hoping that we can continue to host more of these tournaments. So just want to end with that.
Thanks,
Any
Zach.
questions from anyone?
Appreciate it. Carl, you have anything for us?
Yeah, I got a couple of things. One is employee related. We have a couple of new employees, one in the water department. He's got previous experience down in with Lehigh City Public Works. And a new employee also in the streets department. And he's been working over at the county fairgrounds for 16 or 17 years over there. So he just kind of came across the street almost to join us. We're glad to have him. I'm also super excited to be looking for an assistant right now. I've sort of, I've met with the mayor and with Bill and Lindsay and proposed my vision for how I see Public Works being organized, and that's with an assistant that is primarily a project manager. We have a lot of capital projects that need close attention paid to. And I'm not able to, and Chris and I are not able to provide that close of attention to that kind of thing. So I would remain over employees and facilities and state regulations and that kind of thing. But we need somebody who can oversee growth and the infrastructure and capital projects and that kind of thing. So we have some really good candidates for that, and we should be hiring within a couple of weeks for that position. It's kind of funny to me. I'm half jokingly saying it takes 2.5 people to replace Paul, including me. So me, the new assistant, and then we're looking to try and get an office assistant that's a part-time position there that would be there sort of midday, 4 days a week. We get a lot of people that walk in our Public Works office there. There is a desk right there. Everyone fixates on the toilet with candy in it. If you've been in there, you know what I mean. But anywho, that would be very, very helpful, but we're still working out details for that. As far as projects go, we have some good projects in the works. We did open bids today on the ASR project, which is where we're going to inject the spring water over the winter time up into the Cedar Ridge well and into that aquifer up there. It's a pilot program, so it's experimental. It helps us learn, if that's a good, viable source to extend our water resources here. Didn't quite get that on the agenda tonight because we have to meet basically a background check on the winning bid by the CDBG, and so hopefully that'll be next week. We're also finishing up the pump line project. That's gone pretty well. We've had just a couple small hiccups, but it'll be really nice to have a large 14-inch diameter pipeline replacing an 8-inch and a 12-inch that's there. That'll be really, actually 10-inch, sorry. It'll be really great to have that done. And then we have spec'd out some equipment for our wastewater treatment plant that will go into the design and gives us more control over what we end up with. Any questions on any of that? Thank you.
Appreciate all you do. Thank you. Let's see, did I get everybody? All right, council.
You want to get Andy, see if he's got something to say?
Oh, yeah, oh, I'm sorry, Andy, I looked over you there, I apologize.
Good evening. So just a couple things to kind of put on your radar.
He hadn't called you.
Yeah, maybe. Chief Jaro has started, as you all know. Things are going well. He's been trying to get with all the members to kind of get their feel for the department, where things are at, where we want to go with the future on some stuff. And we've been working with him. Myself, Sean, and Sean have been working with him pretty closely on getting some things going and making sure that he's feeling welcome and hopefully not getting too overwhelmed. We have a lot of officers and department members that are doing a great job at continuing with the things that they were doing before and offering to help out in any way. So he's excited. We are all excited about the future of the department and the direction it's going. So with that, just a couple things to put on your radar. Some things we're looking at is with the current budget that we have, there are some rooms. There is some room for us to look at potentially adding a step increases for our firefighters. It's kind of an industry standard. The police department switched to that. I believe it was either last year or the year before. And this is something that most full-time fire departments have in place. It gives their guys something to look forward to as long as they're reaching their goals, personal, and achieving the minimum qualification for the jobs and those types of things. It continues to allow them to look for that step increase. It also gives them the opportunity to have that kind of loyalty from the city of the longer you stay here, the more you're going to make a little bit, you know? So luckily we are able to make that work within the budget we currently have. And so Chief just wanted me to pass along that we are working on that. We'll probably look at putting that onto the agenda for the next meeting to discuss, and we'll have some information for you as well that we'll send out prior to that. Also with that, we have, in preparing for the future, we've built a 5th bedroom in the dorms downstairs. That is completed. It's done now. And so moving forward, one of the things the chief wants to do, which is also works in the current budget we have, is to add a 5th spot. There's a lot of things that this will do. We'll give you a whole lot of information on that too. Due to the interest of time tonight, I won't go into that too much anyways, because it's not something to be voted on. But those will come in. We'll give you all the studies for all that and kind of go from there. But other than that, we're just still plugging along. We're still here, and we're looking forward to what's going to come here in the near and far future. So any questions for me for the fire department?
Council?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate you.
Appreciate all you guys do. Okay, let's see. DRC, do we have any reports there, Jeff?
We've actually gained a lot of attention in the past few months on the hillside development. We've had 4 different developers come.
Excuse me, Jeff. Thanks, Monty.
See you later.
Okay, go ahead.
We've 4 different developers have met with the city at different degrees of their levels of the development approval process, and so I've been working with Chris, our city engineer, to set in some new, or I guess modify our hillside development standards to help with the amount of attention this is getting, and he's been looking at how to master plan the utilities up on the hillside. So it'll be an interesting set of conversations to have with the water rights and the legality around water on Radio Hill, but it is it's getting a lot of attention right now.
Okay. Thanks, Jeff. Let's see, council reports. Wes, you want to?
You know, the only thing I got to say, it is great I hope you don't think that we're just listening in one ear and out the other, because we are listening, and the choices we have to make aren't easy choices on nothing, you know? We about got hung for cutting down trees on Main, and now we want to buy, or, annex a couple hundred acres in. It's not easy, but if you'll just really believe that what we feel is best, it's not putting a penny in nobody's pocket, nothing like that. We really feel like what we're doing for the city today is gonna improve it for our kids and grandkids down the road. But anyway, thanks for everybody's input, and I'm tired, Mayor.
We had a town hall on Thursday. Bo and I, it went extremely well. Went through the second group of goals. We're going to meet again on May 29th at 7 o'clock to go over the third set of goals. I'll do a little better job of getting the word out. Lindsay or someone, I would like to set up a YouTube Live or something so that people can watch it, but we won't take any responses or anything. They can just watch it. So we'll have to work through some mic issues too. I don't know if we have a portable mic we can pass around so people can hear. I don't know.
I have a set of mics I can bring.
Okay. But we would like to at least let people watch that town hall and listen to what's going on. So anyway, great meeting. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad to see everybody show up too, and I can't wait to hear why we don't charge for electric chargers too. I want to hear that for.
We'll get an answer to you on that. We did,
Gift card.
I did ask them to put signs up that say 4-hour maximum, so that we don't get the folks that plug in and charge overnight. It was never intended to be that.
Can I say it's either a zero maximum or give everybody a gas card too? It's, why are we paying to charge cars? I don't get it.
I remember it seems like it was part of a contract
The
when we
grant.
first set it up.
Yep.
It seems like
Wasn't it part?
they gave them
Grant.
to us.
They give us
sort
the
of.
boxes.
Yeah, and I think, but maybe the contract's over or something, so we can
Yeah.
look into it.
Can look into it, but
There may be an
would like
expected
at
amount
least
of
that
hours.
sign, and then if someone's hogging it all night, then we can send our guys out to ticket and tow or just, whatever.
Well, when they first came up, I thought the same thing. I thought that's unfair
Yeah.
to the taxpayers for free energy to be going to people who decide to buy a electrical car. Anyway, I think that's a great question.
It saved my bacon till I got it installed a week later while I was waiting on the electrician.
But 4 hours is plenty, right, to charge? That's what I thought. Anyway,
But I haven't used it since.
Okay, Blair?
I'm just same thing. Everybody's left it. I wanted to talk to Monty because he beat me up a few times in school, but
We
I-
deserved
I mean,
it though.
I don't think anybody here wants strip malls or that out there. I know I'm not voting for that, so let's.
I kind of lost my words when I was up there talking, but the example given was the area behind IFA. We used to live over by our house assisted living. We seen the cops there, the high density apartments and all the things. We moved out of there because we didn't like that. So respectfully, we like the rural.
We don't have enough cops to have another
No.
place. like that.
We don't.
With the zoning that's specified in the bill, or I don't know the term for that, RMA, if the whole 200 and something acres was built that way, that would theoretically allow for as many as like 1,600 residences to be built in that space.
But that's taken out
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, but
for now.
is it really gone?
Well, it is for right now.
I think what the farming.
Planning and zoning.
Most happy would be like RR1, but I think a reasonable compromise would be even a higher density R1 zoning. The smallest R1 zoning is miles away from RMA.
Yeah.
Well, I would just say, from our end, as we're looking at development in regards to industry for economic development, what types of businesses we want, we need feedback there too. So we're listening. We're, as a city council.
Is educating us too.
Yep.
Because you're familiar with the process. We hear say things here or there that come in, I don't know it's true or it's not, so I think it's an opportunity to get us on the process of what you do versus involved because, hearsay, is it true, is it not?
Yep.
Then you can confirm it, and then we can answer yourself. So I do appreciate.
When I made the confession in October when I started, on city council because there was a vacancy, that it was my first city council meeting that I had ever attended. So I'm learning as I go. But having people here and knowing your opinions helps us make decisions upon. So we appreciate the input. And
You're a city resident. You could guys sit
Council,
and make these decisions.
there you go.
I appreciate it.
I'm sorry,
Run for city council.
yeah. Go ahead, Mayor, let's go.
Oh, anything else you want to say?
for this
Tomorrow.
public comments, we have public comments in every city council meeting. So we would love to hear public comment. That's where you can ask questions and we can, give answers later and make sure that you're fully aware. So, and again, the whole intention of getting the social media people involved is so that as we're gathering questions, we can answer publicly things that are getting asked, because there's a lot of, like tonight, I think a lot of people just weren't quite familiar with the whole annexation process. And it's the unfamiliarity and the lack of that, but part of it's our fault for not knowing. I say that because last October I was him, and now, I've learned a whole lot in the last little bit. So, we're trying to get that word out so that just clears, we're all in this together.
Yeah, agreed.
Join some Facebook groups, because I post.
Debbie made a public comment, and we'll always have public comment period at our city council meetings. And you can get up and, talk about whatever issues are on your mind. Tonight it was a little bit funny, a little different because we had the public hearing and the public comments. And
And the school.
and the school and
Utopia. We tried
and
not
the
to
young
stop
city. It was a busy night tonight. There was a lot going on. All right, okay. I don't know if you've noticed out there by the crossroads, coming west, you'll notice that it's official, the Highway 102 is now the Borgstrom Brothers Memorial Highway. And that goes all the way through Main Street on through, it starts in Deweyville, goes through Main Street and on all the way out to Thatcher through Penrose.
Where's
and-
all the signs, Mayor? That's the only one I've seen.
Okay, so the other sign is at the end of Highway 102 over there by in Penrose. That's where the road begins, and the.
Where, there by Pete Pete
Holmgren's
Holmgren's?
out there. And then the other sign is just west of the crossroads, and
East of the crossroads. Oh, no, west.
west of the crossroads, and then Scott Sandel, Senator Sandel is going to try to get 2 more signs. So we'll have one all the way in Deweyville, where the road begins, and maybe one out there in Thatcher.
Right there by their old house.
Probably, it could be by their old house, which would be a great place for it, right there.
That's a good
Yeah, yeah.
I like that.
So he's working on that right now, and
We'll
that
get you a
was,
gift card for that idea too, okay?
yeah, there you go. You get points for that.
Gift card.
That's a good idea to put a sign out. by
Yeah, look at you. Yeah, there you go.
Now we're free charging.
You gotta go buy a car.
Twice as much free charge.
I'll take my toaster.
Too soon.
Anyway.
Everybody,
Let's see, there was, it slipped my mind now. I guess anyway, council, we have just one more motion.
Make a motion, we adjourn.
second.
Okay. Thanks, everybody, for coming out tonight. Appreciate your help, your ideas. Thank you.
Good.